We're not hearing you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. We'll go to Ms. Zalatel.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson?
Hi, Barbara. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Peterson, you're a little bit loud, but otherwise you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Quinn Davidson? Go to Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you on the line?
Ms. Quinn Davidson, just confirming that we can hear you okay?
I'm here, yeah.
Great, thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson, we can hear you, but would you say something again?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, that sounds good. Thanks. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, January 25, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy. Here. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chief McCoy, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Weddleton, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Sure. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. We do not have any minutes from previous meetings, so next we have the Mayor's report. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, and thank you all for being here tonight. Green cards are out. Assessed values for single-family homes are up 8 to 10% across the municipality. Market forces are driving values and sales prices up. Contributing factors include a limited supply of homes for sale, historically low interest rates, and rising costs triggered by supply chain and inflation. I'm committed to lowering property taxes for homeowners and businesses. To reduce property taxes, we must reduce spending. The budget we put in place for fiscal year 2022 is $7.5 million less than last year's budget. I ask the Assembly to join me in making Anchorage a more affordable place to live. As we look to this legislative session, we need to send a unified and concise statement to legislators and the governor. I know some members of the Assembly want to add additional spend items to the legislative program. I want to be clear in saying we should not muddy the waters. Securing funding for the port must remain our number one goal. The port is in dire need of repair and upgrades. 1,400 of the pilings are seismically unstable and need to be replaced. As I've said before, we need to rebuild the port to achieve food security for all of Alaska. To achieve food security, we need one seismically resilient cargo dock. Currently, we do not have any seismically secure dock. Our $600 million ask from the state will get us there. Let's remain mission-focused and come together for the greater good. Also this week around America, millions of students and families are celebrating School Choice Week. I proclaimed this week Anchorage School Choice Week. High-quality education is vital to the future success of our students and our economy. Educational variety helps diversify our economy and enhances the vibrancy of our community. We have amazing teachers, administrators, and educators in all types of school settings committed to educating our children. No matter someone's income, race, nationality, gender, or neighborhood that they may live in, I believe they all deserve to choose the best educational opportunity for their own children. Furthermore, as everyone knows, the island nation of Tonga has been reeling in the aftermath of a significant volcanic eruption that resulted in a tsunami. Anchorage is home to many Tongan Americans. My administration, working in conjunction with community members and the governor's office, are calling on the community to assist those facing this level of destruction in Tonga. Cash donations are the best, but items such as flour, sugar, batteries, flashlights, and tents are encouraged. Our Chief Equity Officer has worked closely with the Polynesian Association of Alaska to ensure donations make it to Tonga. The Polynesian Association of Alaska is accepting donations and will purchase items to ship to Tonga in conjunction with Samaritan's Purse and Matson. I'm proud of the work being done by our community to help the people of Tonga. If you want to give, go to paoaalaska.com. That's paoaalaska.com. Lastly, I want to thank the Assembly for approving the ground lease between ACDA between ACDA and the 6th Avenue Center, LLC. This project represents a $60 to $65 million investment in downtown Anchorage. Hundreds of jobs will be created during the construction phase of this project. Revitalizing downtown and spurring development is crucial to rebuilding our economy. The 6th Avenue project is just one building block of our plan to change downtown for the better. It is my mission not to let government get in the way of development. Government must be a proponent of growth, not an inhibitor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Next, we have the Chair's report. First off, welcome everyone. Thank you all for being here tonight, whether on the phone, in person, or online. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your efforts and the efforts of the administration to assist the people of Tonga. Please note that we are in a state of high community transmission for COVID-19 and that individuals present are requested to wear face coverings. Masks are available near the entrance to the chambers. The Assembly COVID-19 mitigation plan for the chambers limits capacity in the chambers to no more than 125 people, including media. Assembly leadership is monitoring the situation and may modify the mitigation plan in the future. While we have one more item on tonight's agenda that, depending on the action the body takes, could appear on the April 5th regular election ballot, I want to thank everyone for all their work in preparing and getting through all the items that will appear on the ballot. That included conducting 14 public hearings at last Wednesday's special meeting. So thank you to members of the body and members of the administration for your work. This work followed and in some instances was tied to a lengthy and complex budget process. Though budget changes can be brought forward at any time, the Assembly will formally take up the budget again in April during the first quarter budget revision process. In the meantime, Assembly leadership is focused on ensuring that the regular municipal election in April, like prior elections, is fair, accurate, transparent, and accessible. We are also focused on ensuring a reapportionment effort that results in revised district boundaries that provide fair representation. At this time, given the importance of reapportionment, I'm going to turn to the Vice Chair, Mr. Constant, who is also the Chair of the Reapportionment Committee, to talk more about the process. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to provide a very brief slide deck that walks through the key points that we'll be covering tomorrow night and the process that we're going through to achieve new boundary maps. This chart shows the process. The U.S. Census was completed in spring of 2021. It was delayed by approximately a year because of the COVID pandemic, which thus delayed the state. The state worked hard and got their maps published on November the 10th, their final plan. They're in litigation now on the outcome of those maps, but the final publication occurred on the 10th, and that triggers the question before the body, which was, at the time, are we malapportioned? If 10% deviation exists, a spread between the largest and the smallest districts differentials, then reapportionment must be declared. We hired a contractor to help us with mapping and public process in October 2021. They provided a number of sample public maps that have been circulating and on the website that is available for the public at reapportionanc.org. Then coming forward, we will have a series of meetings, public process. We've had outreach. Some members have gone to chambers, the Eagle River Chugach Chamber of Commerce, and also the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce and various community councils, the Federation. Then we will be having 2 events this week, 3 events actually this week before we move towards a proposed map to be introduced. That calendar I'll go through in a minute. So this next slide talks about the population deviation. If you look, you see District 1 through 6 on the left column, and in 2010, the target population was 52,281 people in every district except District 1, which at the time had only 1 representative. The voters approved in 2020 Proposition 12, which adds a 12th member to the Assembly. So now, if you look at the column past 2020, the target population is 6 districts of 48,541 residents each. The deviation at this time is substantial, 81% for the downtown district to 11.79% to District 6, which is South Anchorage. Because of that difference, declaration of malapportionment was in order. On the next page, the Charter Code and the Constitution and the state law provide that districts must be compact, contiguous, and relatively integrated socioeconomic areas, that equal protection and one person, one vote must be maintained, that deviation in actual to target population must be less than 10% between highest and lowest district deviation under federal law, and a district with over 5% deviation must have compelling reason. And then finally, boundaries can't be racially discriminatory according to federal law. And then the last slide is just a brief timeline. On November 23rd, the Assembly passed the Declaration of Malapportionment. On December 29th, 5 draft maps were released by the contractor to the website reapportionanc.org. January 6th, committee meeting was held to finalize the timeline and plan for town halls. January 20th was a deadline for public submission of third-party maps. A number of maps were submitted, and I'm not sure exactly how many we'll know tomorrow when the contractor has them ready. for the public, but if you go to the website now and look at the link, the Maps tab, I believe there are 8 maps there now, or 9. So tomorrow and the next day, we'll be hosting 2 town halls. The 26th will be a virtual Teams town hall. It will be a Teams live event. Members of the public will be able to comment through the Teams chat function. And then on the 27th, we will be next door in the Wilda Marston Theater. And then on the 28th, the committee will meet in the morning to review feedback and create a plan for introduction of the draft ordinance. The ordinance will be introduced on the meeting of the 15th of February. We've scheduled 2 public hearings for this item, February 24th and March the 1st. We've scheduled a work session on February 25th between the public hearings in case we have feedback and input we need to consider. And then the Assembly is scheduled to deliberate the question on March 1st and adopt a plan. One question that people ask is, will the election of April 2022 be under the new maps? And the answer is no. The new maps will not be in effect for the April 2022 election because of the series of delays that started with the census, and due to COVID, we did not receive the data in time to have addressing completed and accurate maps available for the election to flow forward. So the current maps are going to be the maps, and then in the next year will be the next election. Members who are running will be subject to the new maps. So the final slide is to participate. Once again, go to reapportionanc.org. You can submit comments, you can review maps, you can attend one of the open house town hall meetings. We're having the 26th and the 27th. I'm told there will be one as well, February 3rd in Eagle River, Chugach Eagle River Town Center from 5 to 7. And then finally, at every library and at City Hall, we have until the end of the month, or middle of next month, these maps available for you to review. So with that, Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, just want to signify that reapportionment is happening. It's important for Anchorage to tune in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you to the members of the body who are serving on the Reapportionment Committee. It is now a committee of 6 people and contains a representative from each district. So just a few reminders before we move on with our agenda. We are here to do the municipality's business, and we do have a full agenda tonight. Please help create a climate of respect. And if everyone would refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Please keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please do stop speaking if a point of order is called so that the chair may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you are here to testify on a public hearing item, please state your name, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5 minutes. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, as that is for public testimony. Thank you all again for being here tonight. We will now go to committee reports, and we will start with Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. Not much to report. This week's Community and Economic Development Committee meeting on Thursday was canceled, and we'll look forward to one on the 8th of February. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
I don't have anything to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson, any committee reports?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee meeting will be Thursday, January 27th at 1 p.m. This will be a virtual meeting. On the agenda is a brief municipal election update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson, and your volume is just a bit loud. If you want to go ahead and adjust that. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As many are aware, last week I decided to postpone the regular monthly meeting of the Assembly's Committee on Housing and Homelessness. So that meeting is going to be taking place tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. via Teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Public Safety Committee has a meeting on next Wednesday, the 2nd at 11:10, and we do have a special presentation there, and I think my co-chair might want to highlight a bit of who that is, so I will let him give the rest of the report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. This Friday at 9:30 to 11:30, the Reapportionment Committee will be meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Nothing to report. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of reports. On February 2nd, we'll be at 10 a.m. will be meeting of the Health Policy Committee. We will have a Crisis Now update presentation on stabilization centers. We'll have speakers from the Alaska Mental Health Trust Authority, as well as Providence Health Services and South Central Foundation. Additionally, on February 2nd, we will have a meeting of the Public Safety Committee. We will have a special presentation from the Alaska Native Women's Resource Center and Alaska Native Justice Center talking about murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. So I look forward to that presentation. We also will have our normal updates from the Anchorage Police Department, Anchorage Fire Department, and the Department of Law. So I encourage the public to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Before we get to the addendum on the agenda, we will address our laid on the table item. There is one item, and we do not need to vote on this item as it is being laid on the table for introduction. It is unnumbered AO 2022, submitted by Assembly Vice Chair Constant, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 3.20.030 and 28.20.010 to establish a timeline for filling a vacancy in the office of the mayor. This item will be set for a public hearing on February 15, 2022. At this time, Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table item?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table item has passed. We have one appearance request for Friends of the Library. Is the individual here? Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Mary Rasmussen, and I'm president of Friends of the Library. And it's really nice to be here. It's been a few years since I have, and I'd like to acknowledge the administration and all the assembly members, a lot of familiar faces. We're just here tonight to say our 2 cents worth about our donation to the municipality of Anchorage and to our public library. In the past 3 years, we've been able to give about $170,000 to the library. And we also should be giving more because the pandemic has cut back on ability to raise money, but we're still working on it and doing pretty well. This year's donation will be $40,000 at this point. We're hoping to maybe as the year progresses, have it be more. I'd like to thank the library staff who did a lot of work, lined out specific programs, specific needs, costs, and presented it to us. And we were able to read it, like what they were planning, and we look forward to the money we're donating being used for those specific programs. I have a couple other Friends of the Library members here. I'm not even halfway through my time, so if either of you would like to say something, feel free.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Honorable Mayor, members of the Assembly. My name is David Levy, and I'm co-chair of the Anchorage Friends of the Library. Again, just to reiterate what our board president had said, this is an investment, a private investment from Anchorage residents all over Alaska and all over the country. They believe in our library system, whether they give $5 or $1,000. They believe in our library system and the wonderful programs that they do. The Friends of the Library gives money primarily for programs such as the summer reading program, after-school activities, book replacement, etc. So it's a private investment that we think is very important, and we're happy to support the library.
And I'm going to sneak up here with one more thing, is that we'd like to invite all of you and everyone in the audience to join Friends of the Library. If you go to librarychampion.com, you can join Friends, make a donation, do something good for the library. It is your home where you have your meetings, so just wanted to throw that out there too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And my name is Denise Yancey, and I've been a friend of the library for almost 20 years. Started out as a volunteer, now I'm on the board, and it's a wonderful group. And we're always looking for a diverse board of directors, if you know one who might be interested in helping the library. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we have someone from the administration who will be coming down. Mayor Bronson.
You guys want to take a photo?
You guys want to get in a group so we can take a picture? Thank you.
And actually, before you folks go, Ms. Allard is in the queue with a question for you. Ms. Allard?
I'm not.
Oh.
I apologize. I think it's Mr. Weddleton is.
Showing up as Miss Allard.
Oh, how cute.
But we're very different.
We're tight.
Oh, okay. So Mr. Weddleton is in the queue.
I just wanted to say thank you. You know, until I got on the Assembly, which has been a number of years now, I had no idea that you existed or what you did, but it is so impressive. It's such a great statement for the importance of the library across the community that you raise so much money and consistently. It really is a tribute to you and to Anchorage. So thank you.
We appreciate that very much, and I think it's a tribute to the people of Anchorage. As a community, they've been always very supportive, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton, and thank you so much for your contribution and for being here tonight. We will now move on to initial audience participation. For this portion of the meeting, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues. before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. So please direct your comments to the Assembly or the Chair. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Personal attacks are not appropriate. And in addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. Assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments, though we may talk with you offline. During a break or after the meeting, I will as chair work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. Mr. Darden, please. Okay. Mr. Darden?
My name is Dustin Darden.
Okay, Mr. Darden.
I cannot see you with that barrier.
That
you don't
is-
have a barrier. Why are you putting a
that
barrier
is
in
an
front of me?
official-
There's no emergency.
Security,
Why-
please remove Mr. Darden. He is not complying with the rules. You are creating an actual disruption at this meeting. Mr. Darden, I had warned you. You did not stop speaking. You did not warn me. Yes, I did. Now, we're not going to argue. Security, please escort Mr. Darden out. We are going to pause for 3 minutes. We'll resume with initial audience participation. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. I will go ahead and start the timer now. Sir, the 3-minute timer is starting now.
My name is Jeff Fensky. I've been Anchorage resident for 40-some years. I'd like to talk about vitamin D. It's impossible to get it done in 3 minutes, but I'll do what I can again. This is the normal level. Everybody should be getting tested for vitamin D instead of these PCR tests. Because if they're at 50 nanograms per milliliter, you can't get the cytokine storm, and these guys aren't even looking at me right here. You can't, because they don't really care about solving this situation. They have no business being leaders in this room because they don't care. They're just pushing their woke agenda. That's what they're all about. So Alaska is mostly below normal. And this is where everybody has SAD, seasonal affective disorder, broken marriages. All-cause mortality goes down when you're in 80 to 100. That's where we need to be. And it takes 10,000 or 5,000 to get there. And that's why you can get 5,000 at any store now. Okay, so Dr. Ryan Cole spoke at the Defeat the Mandates March in D.C. on Sunday. He said there are people with cameras on the stand that went to journalism school, and now they are shilling for Big Pharma. They are censoring. Just like you guys never talk about vitamin D. When you wake up in the morning, CNN, did you say, I'm going to cancel and censor doctors today so people can die? All these people died who didn't need to if they would have had enough vitamin D. We hold you responsible too. Look into your hearts and say, I've been wrong. You guys ever admit you're wrong? No, you're just going through your papers over there. You're my representative. I will be humble? No. I will do my job as a journalist and learn the truth that people have immune systems, that vitamin D saves lives. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody up here, nobody in this room is talking about it. Natural immunity is the best, the broadest, the longest lasting. Take care of your body, sleep, don't eat junk food. Get your vitamin D, your vitamin D, your vitamin D. That's what he told the American people, tens of thousands on Sunday, which most of you didn't watch. America, the pandemic is ending. You're on the right side of history. As I said, you guys aren't. They were, though, because that was the Defeat the Mandates March. It is a beauty to be with people today that are awake, not woke. This is J.P. Sears' shirt, and he was the MC.
Thank you for your participation.
Why don't you raise this? Why do I have to take out my shoes so I can see you? You guys don't care. It's disgusting. You're destroying this town.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jason Delozier, University Area Community Council. I appreciate your time. I just come up here to say little things, hopefully not to fall on deaf ears. The ongoing debate, debacle, whatever you want to call it, regarding homeless shelters, small shelters, what's better, what's worse, and what you guys will all be voting on and talking on tonight in regards to the $15 million request that the mayor's in works with the state. And the definition of structure and RFP and what's going on. And from what I've heard now, and I may not be up on this, but any type of structure, although that we know that in the past, the previous proposed structure by the mayor was not up to the municipality code. And again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because by no means can I keep up with everything that's changing. I try. I know you guys try as well, and it's very difficult. That structure being a 24,000 square foot structure to hold 200 and in critical times 130. I'd like to draw attention to that because that in total is 330 persons. And as we've all heard, shelters in this town continually run over capacity everywhere they have been placed. So the reason for that I draw attention to that is it's 80 persons away from the proposed 400, which was plus the exact number of that 400 plus shelter by the current administration was never given. And I caution this because the numbers need to be lower. We've talked about scattered sites everyone has, and that has broadly been drawn attention to at this time. And I realize a larger shelter is of concern, absolutely. So I ask you all to reconsider what you're about to do, because this is not good for the university area, the citizens that live in the area of Tudor and Elmore. We already have several shelters in those areas. I don't need to name those. You know the one on Muldoon, the one on Tudor itself, you know and are aware of that fact. So to move forward, I got 27 seconds. I want to dig up or resurrect an old conversation or old body of the Golden Lion. I know everybody's tired of hearing it. However, I hope that the mayor and you all will consider thinking about making that site, turning that site into a veteran site for care for homeless, for unsheltered, and that being women. And that being women that are National Guard members, reservists who do not have the entitlements as active duty members or prior service members. If you'd like to hear more, you can email me or I'll email you all with more details that I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your participation.
Madam Chair, I can't get into queue, and I have a question to ask.
Sure. Sir, would you come back, please? Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Are you aware of the domiciliary that's located on 36th and C Street?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Have you worked there before, or do you feel that is there not, you referenced the Red Lion for the military personnel. Do you think we have the numbers to support that? What's your experience? I used to work at the domiciliary. I used to work for the VA, so I'm asking a little bit of your opinion on that. Just expand.
Yeah, so basically my opinion comes from working in the nonprofit sector with veterans here in the state, also in the for-profit sector, and of course with the VA.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's just that the federal government does step up and help those veterans, if they are because not all National Guard members are considered federal veterans, and I just wonder if that would take away from those homeless individuals that don't have as much support as the military veterans.
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked that, because the reason why I'm drawing this to everyone's attention is because, and you may or may not be aware of this, if someone has not been called under Title 10 to active duty service, right, they're not activated, they are not eligible for many of the federal services that the VA provides.
That was my point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So that's why I want to draw everyone's attention
Right.
that there is a population not being served and being overlooked, that is being forgotten.
So we could agree that if you're not a veteran, that they will not get federal help.
If they have not been activated. Let's make that
Make it clear.
clear.
Okay. If they're
Title
activated,
10,
they're veterans.
activation,
All right.
right?
Yeah,
Not
thank you
going to
very much.
training.
Right.
And I have
Thank-
to further that, I didn't want to waste anybody's time.
We'll talk offline. I'm
Thank
very
you, sir.
interested. Thank you.
38 title.
I have one more member in the queue for you, and thank you for that information.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, Mr. Delosier, thank you.
Yeah.
My other life, I am a professional in a treatment environment, and I fully support what you're talking about, and I would love it if you would send an email so we could have a conversation, because I couldn't find you in my email list, so please do.
Okay. Yeah, if you give me one more second. This came true to me today as I was sitting in a group. I was sitting in on a group that a fellow peer runs, and we have very few females that come into our facility, and the question was asked, what do you think would be good for you to get more support, better support? And she flat out said, to have an all-women's facility. There is not an all-women's veterans facility in this state. We're all aware of that. So I think this could have tremendous impact, and as we can see, no one's looking at this.
Thank you. Definitely send an email.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Please state your name. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Crabb. Please state your name for the record, the area of the municipality or your community council. Actually, are you representing a community council?
I'm representing a community council. My name is Andrew Gray, and I am the secretary for the Campbell Park Community Council. Tonight, with the permission of our chair, I am speaking on behalf of Campbell Park Community Council. When Mayor Bronson took office, he proposed a large homeless shelter to accommodate up to 1,000 people near the intersection of Elmore and Tudor. Since that time, many concerned citizens have researched homelessness policy, and what we now know is that mega shelters, like the one proposed by the mayor, are bad for the houseless people they seek to serve and the neighborhoods in which they are built. Tonight, the Assembly takes up the mayor's proposed legislative agenda, which asks for $15 million from the Alaska Legislature to fund a proposed navigation center at Elmore and Tudor. In an online video last week, the mayor stated that we are back where we were last summer with regards to managing the city's homelessness, which is very disappointing considering the many hours of negotiations between the administration and the Assembly, which had resulted in good mediated housing and homelessness plan. For those of us who live near Elmore and Tudor, from the very beginning we have tried to look beyond just what is best for us as residents and to think about what's best for Anchorage's homelessness problem. And that's something we recognize that Anchorage has a homelessness problem and that something needs to be done, and we are grateful to the mayor and his team for acknowledging that and trying to find a solution. But the mega shelter at Elmore and Tudor is not the solution. Over the past few months, multiple community councils have issued resolutions and letters expressing a smaller is better strategy. Not just Campbell Park Community Council, but also University Area, Scenic Foothills, Airport Heights, Fairview, Government Hill, Rabbit Creek, Russian Jack, and Spenard, all advocating for smaller shelters spread throughout the municipality instead of one single large navigation center. We ask our Assembly members to hear our pleas. Forrest Dunbar has an amendment on the table to limit the size of any shelter at Elmore and Tudor to 150 with a surge capacity of an additional 50. This is a reasonable restriction and one that I ask you to support. Since last summer, a small group of concerned residents have established working relationships with all 11 of you. And with that in mind, I ask you to please support Forrest Dunbar's reduced capacity amendment. Cameron Perez Verdilla, please vote yes. John Weddleton, please vote yes. Austin Quinn Davidson, please vote yes. Jamie Allard, thank you for the recent emails. Please vote yes. Forrest Dunbar, thank you for standing up for East Anchorage and Midtown. Felix Rivera, please vote yes. Meg Zolotel, please vote yes. Crystal Kennedy, please vote yes. Vice Chair Constant, please vote yes. Pete Peterson, please vote yes. Chair LaFrance, please vote yes. Lastly, I want to talk about divided politics in our city. Our government is engaged in an us versus them approach, that treats city politics like two rival sports teams. Progressives versus conservatives, the mayor's office versus the assembly. This framework shifts the focus from what's best for our city to how one side can defeat the other. This style of politics is hurting Anchorage. The mayor last week stated in his video that he has his expected enemies. Mayor Bronson is our mayor. He is my mayor. And I and the residents surrounding Elmore and Tudor are all his constituents, not his enemies. The home I live in with my family is a duplex. It is the first home we have ever owned, and we love it. We share a wall with our neighbors who happen to be devoted Bronson supporters. We disagree about many things, but we do not disagree about working toward making our neighborhood the best it can be. With that in mind, I ask that the mayor and his administration respect whatever limits the assembly votes for tonight. Finally, the way people find common ground is to meet together and have open discussions. I invite the mayor's office to attend assembly committee meetings again, particularly those regarding homelessness. Mayor Bronson, City Manager Demboski, my group of concerned neighbors would love to meet with you directly to discuss these issues. Let's hit the reset button and put aside partisan politics. Let's do what's best for Anchorage. We are all on the same team. Let's act like it. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Yeah, I live in Spinard. I believe I'm in Quinn Davidson and Perez Verdilla's thing there. I'll give my presentation. It's on our water supply. Hello, Assembly.
Could I get your name, sir? Sorry.
My name is Jason. Hello, Assembly. In 117 days will mark the 30th anniversary of the worst fluoride poisoning tragedy in the United States. On May 22nd, 1992, a mysterious illness hit the Alaskan village of Hooper Bay, killing one and sickening 260 others who were airlifted to Anchorage. 2 weeks later, it was confirmed that Hooper Bay was the site of the United States' worst known fluoride accident, poisoning the entire community. Acid of sodium hexafluoride had corroded the fluoride pumping equipment and malfunctioned. As a result, Hooper Bay residents fell victim to a secret poisoning. Fluoride is odorless, tasteless, and colorless at deadly doses. One of the symptoms of chronic acute fluoride poisoning is an unquenchable thirst, which makes the victims drink even more water, dizziness, stomach pains, and body tingling, and resulting death. Shortly after this tragedy, 135 native villages stopped putting fluoride in their water supplies. In 2007, the city of Juneau conducted an executive investigation of fluoride and concluded to stop adding this to their water supply. In 2010, the city of Fairbanks put together a blue ribbon task force and conducted what is considered the most comprehensive executive investigation into fluoridation in the U.S. And Fairbanks also concluded to completely stop fluoridation. Anchorage, to this date, and Mr. Constant, Anchorage to this date, in spite of many repeated calls from the community, never ever conducted a review or investigation into fluoridation. Even after a fluoride pump malfunctioned on Elmendorf Fort Rich in April of 2010, calls to investigate and review these fluoride studies continued to fall on deaf ears. Zero investigative action from the Assembly or administration of Anchorage has occurred. In 2011, our neighbor city of Palmer conducted an administrative review of the Fairbanks and Juneau studies and came to their conclusion to cease fluoridation. I ask in the name of the anniversary of the Hooper Bay tragedy for the Assembly here to please motion the Bronson administration to conduct a review of the Fairbanks and Juneau studies, which are way overdue, and as now also a Harvard study and over 74 more peer-reviewed studies showing the ill effects of fluoride on the brain and resultant IQ reduction. This is a serious issue, and in light of the upcoming 30-year anniversary, and I ask for another 15, 20 seconds.
Just go ahead and wrap up your sentence, please.
Okay. And in light of the upcoming 30-year anniversary of the worst fluoride poisoning tragedy in the United States, I ask the Assembly here to motion for an overdue administrative review of the Fairbanks and Juneau studies. This is an ethical and historical issue, and I ask from you as our representatives your diligence.
Thank you, sir.
And please motion for an administrative review. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your participation. Next, please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Hello, my name is Ryan Nelson. I live in Eagle River District 2, and I wanted to just bring up some stuff about the redistricting map for the city of Anchorage. Now, I'm aware that the redistricting comments closed on the 20th of this month. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I figured since Mr. Constant, who is the chair of the Reappointment Committee, and Ms. Kennedy, who served on that committee also, and she's a member of my district. There's just a few things that I wanted to talk about on this. As you can see, I don't know if you guys can view that easy, but for District 2, we used to be drawn into Jaybear-Elmendorf area, and we represented all the way up to Clutna, Chugiak, and the town of Eagle River and the Eagle River Valley. Under the new maps, we do no longer represent Jaybear, which has been drawn into District 1, and District 2 is now being drawn into the Anchorage hillside and the Girdwood area. Now, I just want to say that my concern with that is that Eagle River has nothing in common whatsoever with the hillside or with the Girdwood areas. So I don't know why exactly we're being drawn into that part of town. The second thing is that why are we being drawn out of the Jaybear-Elmendorf area when Eagle River has more military members probably than any other area within the municipality of Anchorage? I just want to remind that the state of Alaska also played this game with Eagle River, where they drew the Senate district out of downtown Eagle River and connected the Valley district into East Anchorage, and the city of Anchorage is now seeing a massive litigation of lawsuits over the current redistricting maps for the state Senate and for the state House district. So I think under this map, we are risking, as the municipality, the same problem of mass litigation towards the municipality, and maybe Mr. Burke, that the city attorney, could tell you something about that. But I'm not sure what can be done at this point. I got my comments in a little bit late about that, but I'm hoping that you guys could consider those concerns and just think about the possibility with litigation, because we already have this issue at the state. We're risking it at the municipality too. So thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Sir, if you could hold on a second. I've got two members in the queue for you. First is Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just a quick clarification for the public. If you go back to that page where you found one of the 5 maps that were available that you presented, there are now 8 maps that have been submitted. And second part, it's important to note, comments are not closed. The comment process has just begun. What's closed is the ability to submit new maps. And so the contractor is working through all the maps that were submitted. They'll all be listed on that page very soon, and we will have a robust conversation over the next month.
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that clarification, Mr. Constant, and just leave it for the record that I oppose that map for the reasons which I stated.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chris said most of what I wanted to say, but I wanted to add something else. If you get a chance to look at the current maps, you'll see that part of East Anchorage around the Turpin area is already gerrymandered out into District 2. So for better or worse, there is a history of East Anchorage or other districts being gerrymandered out into District 2. And I think that will probably come up during our conversation as well. So just as you formulate your comment, I would just recommend looking at that Turpin area that's been gerrymandered out, and that was already deemed to be constitutional 10 years ago. I mean, that's the current map. So.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you for your participation. Actually, I'm sorry, Ms. Kennedy? Sir, we have one more member in the queue, and I just want to note, too, that we have 4 minutes left for initial audience participation to start. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to reiterate that we are having an open house, basically a forum for a conversation in Eagle River on Thursday the 3rd. So I hope you'll attend and we can speak more about this. So thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Irene Queetnow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. First of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Constant for the presentation about the reapportionment. That is very helpful. And I also want to remind people, in regards to the homelessness, it is very sad that we are where we were last year after the Assembly and the administration did not see eye to eye. They had mediated, I think, work. Mr. Constant was the head of that, or was part of that organization, and they worked hard for hours and hours and hours and hours to come up with a solution. It was presented to the Assembly, and members from the Assembly, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, you were very much against it, very vocal about that, and that's why we're back where we started. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. Would you turn on the microphone, please? There's a yellow button there.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Roy Witchers, and Spenard is where I live. And, you know, I know I come in here, and I feel like 90% of you consider all people that are conservative in their values are the same. But we're not. We're just the same in a few areas. One of those is our Constitution, our Bill of Rights. Those are the foundational laws that you build a society off of, not manipulate to fit what you want. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is we have to all work together. And the mayor's been in here for a very short period of time, and it's almost like there's a war out against him. Some people are trying to get him out of here. He brings that balance that we need of all of us being participants in this. Because, I mean, all our futures are wrapped up in this. And my future isn't me, it's these kids, you know? People that are younger than us. But, I mean, I might be conservative, very conservative, but I'm, like I said last time, I marched with Martin Luther King at 5 years old. I'm a sun dancer with Lakota Sioux, 10 years. You know, I've worked in places, like I was saying in Kodiak, with 90% or more of the people were Filipinos. And most of them, they were great people and friends. And I never even understood what Benny Boys was, but I won't go any further with that, because it's not about what people are, it's how you act with each other. And our community is what we need to get together. He's our balance, like I say. Without him, you guys had, and I know you got addicted to that power when, even after Berkowitz was out, you had control of everything. 10 months? 300 days for a mayor that's a fill-in. The people were not represented, and we weren't even coming in here half the time because of COVID restrictions. What you got back was what the frustration of the society around you. You have to start paying attention to this group because we're a very big group, and we're not a minority. We're all minorities, all of us. I'm not white, I'm European, Northern European, which, you know, you go back in time, very short period of time, and we were tribal people in Germany. Anyway,
Thank you
I'll give you more of my history every other
Thank you, sir.
meeting.
Thank you for your participation. That concludes initial audience participation. We will move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items. Actually, that should be through 10G. Are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for a public hearing on a future date. I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items from the consent agenda. So we will start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, any items to pull?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar, any items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would pull 10A1, that's 10 Alpha 1, 10D5, and 10D7, then 10F7, and then 10F13.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. That's 10 Alpha 1 for reading, 10 Delta 5 and 10 Delta 7, and 10 Foxtrot 7 and 10 Foxtrot 13. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10D10, and my other item has already been pulled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. That's one item, 10 Delta 10. Mr. Peterson, any items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard, any items?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. 10 Delta 3, please.
10 Delta 3. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
10F10 and 10F11.
10 Foxtrot 10 and 10 Foxtrot 11. Is that it, Mr. Weddleton?
Correct, thanks.
Thank you. I will go over the list. Under 10A Alpha 1 by Mr. Constant. Under the 10Ds Delta 3 by Ms. Allard, 5 Mr. Constant, 7 Mr. Constant, and 10 Mr. Rivera. Under 10F Foxtrot, 7 Mr. Constant, 10 and 11 Mr. Weddleton, and 13 Mr. Foxtrot, or Mr. Constant. I don't know where that came from. Are there any other items to pull? Okay, seeing no other items to pull, may I get a motion, Mr. Vice Chair, to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items has passed. For the public's information, The Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10G, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we will now take up those items that we pulled off of the consent agenda, starting with item 10A1, which was on the addendum. Resolution number AR 2022-28, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Chief of Police Kenneth McCoy for his service with and leadership of the Anchorage Police Department. And Mr. Constant, you are reading.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve the S version, and would ask you to direct the clerk to name all members of the Assembly on the record for the archive as sponsors.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant with a second from Ms. Kennedy, and with further instruction to the clerk to name all members on the resolution, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the resolution has passed. And Mr. Constant, you are reading.
Yes, and as an unusual act, all members are asked to come down to join in the delivery of this resolution to Mr. McCoy, Chief McCoy.
Point of order.
We need to vote. Oh, we did, okay.
Well, no, I have a question, though. So the one that we have in front of us has the mayor on it, and would the S version also have the mayor? I think that's something that would be appropriate.
Yes, it would not strike anything, it just would add all of us.
All right, thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Chief of Police Kenneth McCoy for his service with leadership of the Anchorage Police Department. Whereas Kenneth McCoy, a graduate of the Bartlett High School, joined the Anchorage Police Department on November 14, 1994 as a recruit in the academy, going on to serve as a police officer, detective, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, deputy chief, and 27 years later will retire as chief of police. His last promotion makes him the first black chief of police in the department's 100-year history. And whereas Chief McCoy has earned many honors, licenses, and certifications in his career, highlights including certification, healthcare, security and inclusion, diversity, equity and access essentials, and is a proud graduate of the FBI National Academy and FBI National Executive Institute. And whereas Chief McCoy has worked wholeheartedly to protect and serve the people of Anchorage as a commissioned member of the Alaska National Guard for 10 years and as a loyal team member and leader of many units at APD, including Special Victims Unit. Whereas Chief McCoy's dedication to ensuring sexual assault victims are provided the best appropriate treatment led him to develop statewide sustainability guidelines for standards of care, as well as volunteer service as vice chair of the board of STAR, Stand Together Against Rape, a local nonprofit providing crisis intervention, education, support, and advocacy to victims of sexual assault and abuse. And whereas fellow officers, supervisors, and constituents have described Chief McCoy as respectful, loyal, dedicated, honorable, a team builder, a thoughtful decision maker, and always ready to accept a challenge. And whereas Chief McCoy has devoted his entire adult life to public service with the unwavering love and support of his family, including his wife, Sue Spanton McCoy, and their children, Megan, Kenneth, and Adriana, who sacrificed with him in his life of service to the municipality. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Kenneth McCoy for his years of dedicated and devoted service to the Anchorage Police Department, the municipality of Anchorage, and the people of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 25th day of January, 2022.
I'd like to just say thank you. I can't thank you enough for this. I really appreciate everything this community has done for me, and it's been an honor to serve the last 27 years. And for me, it's always been a team effort. I could have never achieved any of this on my own. I've been blessed to serve alongside some of the finest men and women in law enforcement here at the Anchorage Police Department. And I'm grateful for their service. I'm proud of this department, and I hope our community is just as proud as I am of them. And while I'm talking about the community, Anchorage has my heart. The love and support that this community has shown me and this police department is like no other place in America. And I'm just so thankful for this community. And over the last several years, I've had the opportunity to work with all of you. And although we may not always agree, I know we were always working our very best to do the best for this community. And so I want to say thank you all for your efforts. And it's been an incredible partnership. And I just appreciate all of your support. And finally, I have to thank my family. My family, and especially my wife, Sue, who's been by my side all 27 years through all the phone calls, the late night cases, and she's just been a trooper, been there the whole time, and I love her to death and just appreciate all of her support. So this is a bittersweet moment for me. This is the last time I'll be wearing this uniform. I turn in all my gear tomorrow morning. And so I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate this community allowing me to serve. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Weddleton?
I think that's Miss Allard.
Oh. Is it one of you?
Well, it could be. I could say thank you, Chief, for all that you've done, and we appreciate your service, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors, and if you ever need anything, you have my number. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Did you have something else you wanted to say?
No, I'm done. If I'm free to go,
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, really, the last 2 years have been critical, and your protection of the public has been extraordinary. Extraordinary. I don't need to get into details, but I'm so grateful that someone has had our backs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for your tremendous service to our community. Thank you for your professionalism, your integrity, and your compassion. We will miss you.
Thank you all. Bye.
Next, we have item 10, Delta 10D3. Assembly Memorandum AM 46-2022, sole source purchase from the League of Women Voters of Anchorage for the production and distribution of voting information. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard, you pulled this item?
I did. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. So I wanted to start off by saying thank you to the administration. If I'm not mistaken, they have moved forward with making sure that in our future ability for any organizations to advertise for our elections, that it would go up to a competitive bid. The reason that I actually pulled this was last year I also voted no on this same thing. I understand it needs to pass. We're ready to go forward with our elections soon, and this has to be in place. But the reason I am addressing this is because I don't believe this is a nonpartisan organization, and I take heed with it. And the reason why are for some of these reasons listed right here. Some I agree with, some I don't. The Voting Rights Amendment Act by John Lewis, the support of S51, the lobbying for the Affordable Care Act, the support income tax to increase national health care reform, supporting abortion, partial birth abortion, and any benefits package this would include. Environmental concerns, illegal immigrants to have different laws than legal immigrants. Oppose Keystone Pipeline, oppose school vouchers for school of choice for parents, and support Medicaid expansion. This is why I don't believe this is a nonpartisan group, and in the future I look forward to other individuals within our community to bring their thoughts forward if they wanted to do a competitive bid. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 46-2022.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10D3 passes 9-2. Next, we have before us item 10D5.
Madam Chair.
Assembly Memorandum Number AM 48-2022, sole source purchase from BSI for Vector vacuum excavator truck refurbishment. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. We received an email from a potential competitor, and this was listed as a sole source for lack of competition, and so the administration has opted to take this one off the table, and it will be solicited and come back. So there's no need for a motion at this time on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Demboski, do you have anything to add?
No, Madam Chair. Mr. Constant adequately expressed the desire of the administration.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. With no motion on the floor, that item dies. Before we move on to the next item, we're going to do a quick test of the system to make sure that Ms. Allard and Mr. Weddleton can get in the queue. Yep, we're going to do one at a time. So, Mr. Weddleton, I'm clearing the queue here. If you would get in the queue, you show up as John Weddleton. And Ms. Allard, you show up as Jamie. Okay. All good? Okay. Thank you so much. We will now move on to item 10D7, which is on the agenda. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 58-2022, Change Order 10 with CH2M Hill Engineers, Inc., to provide professional project and construction management services. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant, you pull this item?
Yeah, thank you. It just needs a slight amendment. If you look at the title, it's missing a 0 in 34 million. So the amendment adds a third 0 in the ones column there. I move to amend and add a 0.
Is there a second to the motion to amend?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kennedy. The amendment would correct a typo and add an extra or a 0 in the title, correct? Because the text is already correct. Are you in that queue more for this? Okay. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend AM 58-2022 to add the 0 to bring the total to $34 million.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion before us as amended. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 58-2022 as amended.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Ms. Salatel,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
Item 10D7 passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 10D10. Also on the addendum, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 61-2022, Amendment Number 2 to Purchase Order PO 2021-002378 with Applied Mimetics LLC for COVID-19 contact tracing services for the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera, you pulled this item?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a very similar question to Mr. Weddleton that he asked to the administration via email. So just for the public's information, typically Assembly members will send questions to the administration over the weekend or on Monday in advance of the Tuesday meeting just to clarify things. And the question that Mr. Weddleton asked, let me just pull up a copy of it, regarding this document was basically around the benefit of contract tracing. And, you know, it is, I think, widely known that particularly with the current variant that is prevalent, Omicron, that contact tracing just isn't as useful as maybe it once was. So I appreciate the response that the administration provided to Mr. Weddleton and to the Assembly regarding this item. I was just curious if the administration might be able to go into and explain a little bit more about the shift, I'm just reading from this email, the shift to a more strategic approach of outbreak investigations and targeted case investigations to prevent and understand disease transmission in high-risk settings. If you could just explain that a little bit more. And then, you know, seeing as this is sort of 2 months from now, you think this work will really begin or be ready? You know, we don't know where we're going to be in 2 months. So what is the administration's plan for using this funding to assist with Omicron? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Health Director Gerace is on the line. So Joe, I don't know if you could hear both of those questions.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair to Assembly Member Rivera, this is an ongoing project that we've had for over 18 months. We continue to trace, particularly around the congregate and high-risk areas being ALFs and those sort of facilities. So this is not a matter of needing to ramp up. This is a continued operation. The PO is actually issued through the 1st of April, but we are running out of funding due to the current volume of tracing. So I want to note, too, for all the Assembly, that this is a requirement of the federal government to perform some form of contact tracing. And so I wouldn't want to just shut this off without it could affect overall our FEMA response. So they do require some form of contact tracing. So we are continuing to do it. We focused our efforts around those high consequence events. For instance, if we were to have a outbreak at the Sullivan. So we are continuing to use it as a way to route people to Q&I too. To the second part, so that there's no real ramp up for Omicron. We are already working it. It has made an impact in contact tracing in general because of the shorter time frame. We haven't done the same traditional where we were contacting every citizen. We focused on where it would, if it was unchecked, we could have an outbreak. I hope that answers the questions, pending any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gerace. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
I want to take an opportunity to give credit where it's due. And Mr. Rivera said we send these in on Friday and Monday. Typically, I do that. Today, I got them in Tuesday morning, this morning, and I got great answers very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a similar question and got a similar answer, but my question now is in regard to the statement that said that you expect the program to end by the end of March. So is that because at that point the funding will be gone, or would you just expect that there will be new federal guidelines? You mentioned that the state might be issuing new guidance, but if this is tied to federal requirements, how does that impact the potential end to the program or the idea of contact tracing? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, we are expecting some kind of change from the federal government if they're going to extend the emergency response around COVID, and we'll receive additional directions. Additionally, our state partner, who's responsible for contact tracing in the rest of the state, is modifying their program, and the AHD would mirror whatever the state's program goes to. At this time, I have not received updated agenda or plan from the state, so I'm unable to adjust the program at the AHD any further, but we are closely monitoring it with our state partners, so we have a joint similar response.
Thank you, Mr. Gerace. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you, Mr. Gerace. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 61-2022.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10D10 passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 10F7, Information Memorandum Number AIM 14-2022, Executive Compensation, Fourth Quarter 2021. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
A motion to accept has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant, you pull this item?
Yeah, thank you. A question to the administration. I don't know if you have the spreadsheet open, but the third line on the spreadsheet, I've seen the offer letter for that position, and it contained 160 hours of non-cashable leave, and that number is now 360 hours, so I'm trying to figure out which one is the accurate number.
Through the chair, Vice Chair Constant, that's an excellent catch. You were correct. It was 160 hours. That was an error. That was a typo that we need to correct.
So it's 360 hours of non-cashable leave delivered to him, or?
No, it's 160 per year.
Gotcha. This
Yeah.
is the typo, not the letter. Thank you.
Yeah, not the letter.
Very
This
much.
is the typo. Yeah, thank
then
you.
we would welcome, when it's convenient, an amended version. But this is fine. We can accept it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chewbacca. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Mr. Constant caught that error, I do have a question. I see only a couple of Anchorage Health Department folks on here, and I am curious, are division directors typically included in these reports?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zalatel, I would defer to my director, Ron Kamahele, who is online and prepared these reports. He could speak to that.
Error. I do have a question. I see only a couple of Anchorage Health Department.
If you could mute in the background. Thank you. Mr. Chewbacca, is there someone available?
Yes, so I'm sorry. Through the chair, Assemblymember Zalatel, we have Ron Kamahele, who's a director in HR who prepares these reports. He can speak to that question. Online.
So we need to make sure that folks who are on the administration line are muted, because when we manually unmute the person we want to hear from, if everyone else isn't muted, then we'll pick up that background noise.
Madam Chair, that's okay. We're seeming to have some technical difficulties. Mr. Chewbacca, can we just follow up on this tomorrow, and I can get that clarity? I'm okay doing it offline and okay accepting this, noting the change that's coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Will that work, Mr. Chewbacca?
Through the chair, absolutely, Assemblymember Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chewbacca, and thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept AIM 14-2022.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 10F7 passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 10F10, Information Memorandum Number AIM 17-2022, an omnibus ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 23 to provide clarity for implementation of code and related matter.
To move to introduce the S version for public hearing on the 15th, February 15th.
Second.
You got a third?
Third.
So a motion has been made by Mr. Weddleton to introduce the S version for public hearing on February 15. It has been seconded by Ms. Allard and a third by Mr. Rivera. And I just want to verify with the clerk that that motion is correct. And do we need to reference the ordinance or?
I don't think you need to. I think that's fine. I think that we'll attach I think we're just fine.
Okay, thank you. So we are good with item 10F10. It has been introduced.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. For that item and the next item, I want to make sure we schedule ample time for a work session for the proper department head to walk us through the line-by-line code change proposals, because it's impossible to grasp by reading the ordinance what the changes are, because they make reference to the building code and other sections. And so usually, or it's traditional that when we have these omnibus processes, we have an opportunity to walk through what the changes are.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next, we have before us item 10F11, Information Memorandum Number AIM 18-2022, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 with current practices and to provide clarity for implementation of code and related matters. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move to introduce the S version for public hearing on February 15.
Second.
Third.
A motion has been made to introduce by Mr. Weddleton to introduce the S version for public hearing at the meeting of February 15. It has been seconded by Ms. Allard with a third from Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Just to follow up on Mr. Constant said, I think it would warrant each of these a work session to go through it, and then following the public hearing, we may take action that evening, but if there's any specific items that there's an issue with, is then send it to the Community Economic Development Committee to find a way forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Next, we have before us item 10F13.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Information Memorandum Number AIM 23-2022, Affirmative Action Plan 2021. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'd move to postpone this item to the meeting of February 15th as well, with an opportunity to hear and have a conversation about this plan with the administration.
So a motion has been made to postpone this item to the meeting of February 15. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Do you want to speak more to it, Mr. Constant?
I just think that this is a very germane and important topic, and it's not one that we should pass without having an opportunity to look under the hood.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually particularly interested in this item and was one of the items I was going to pull if another member hadn't. So I'm okay with postponement of accepting this item and the various attachments. I guess just a question of clarity for the mover. Is the idea that we will have a work session? Is that the venue where we will have a conversation with the administration?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Yeah, you know, it's very interesting, that question. I spent a long time contemplating what's the proper place to refer this question to. And we had a pretty interesting talk the other day about committees and maybe too many committees or what's going on with the committees. And there's really no committee established to address issues of equity and issues of affirmative action and all of that. And so I couldn't find the committee, and so the chair and I had a discussion about the possibility of bringing that up at the Rules Committee coming up and kind of how we want to approach that in a deliberative way from there forward. So I don't know the answer to your question. Really, a work session is the only tool that we have at this time, I think, unless somebody has a better idea.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. I appreciate that response. And for me, I think whatever venue it is discussed in, just as long as we have that properly noticed and it's out, because I think there are likely community groups that are interested in this conversation. Yeah, otherwise, I am in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
We are stacking a lot of things up on February 15th, just noting that. That could be... Yeah, I almost think the Title 21 and 23 could be, I don't know if there'll be long public hearings or not. That's a good question, but anyway, if there's more to come, I recommend we postpone some things to the 29th or something. 29th of February, there you go.
I'm happy to move it to March 1st if the second would agree. I don't want to rush it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So the motion is to postpone until the meeting of March 1, and the second, Mr. Rivera agrees. Ms. Allard?
That's funny. Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I'm really impressed because I don't think we've had one of these for a really long time. Is it possible I can ask, I don't think Junior is here, can I ask Mr. Shabaka to give us a little bit of history on this affirmative action plan? And I don't know if we've had one since 2016. Can you give me a little history class, please?
And actually, Ms. Allard, the motion to postpone is on the floor, and so the debate needs to be relevant to the motion to postpone.
I could do that. I can say, Mr. Shabaka, before I make a decision on whether I'd like to postpone it, Madam Chair, I'd like a little more information on that motion.
You would like a little more information concerning
to make a decision fully, so I'd like to be able to vote with knowledge, and I would like the history of this affirmative action plan.
That could be an extensive discussion, but I think perhaps if Mr. Chewbacca...
I think he can make it short.
...would give a brief summary. We all have information available in our binders, and members have opportunity to ask questions separately as well. So given that, if you would, Mr. Chewbacca, just very briefly speak about the item before us.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, you are correct. Between 2015 and 2019, the municipality did not prepare an affirmative action plan. There were a number of years even before that as well where one was not submitted. So close to 10 years worth in the recent past where one was not done. So this is a great opportunity for us to create a good foundation going forward, which is why we spent a lot of time to make sure this plan was comprehensive and as accurate as possible. So I welcome and appreciate Assemblymember Constant's desire to have a more extensive discussion on this. Happy to do that. Just something for the Assembly to be aware of. We have the next affirmative action plan coming out probably end of February, first week of March. So at that point, you'll have 2. I'm not sure how that affects everything, but just wanted to make sure you were aware.
Thank you, Mr. Chewbacca.
Thank you, Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Allard? Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and I think that that last bit right there underscores the importance of taking the time to go through these items and have a conversation so that we can be briefed and up to speed on what's coming and what's before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AIM 23-2022 to the meeting of March 1st.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 10F13 to the meeting of March 1st passes 11-0. That concludes our consent agenda. We will now take our regularly scheduled dinner break for 20 minutes, and when we come back, we will begin with item 11A. Thank you. We are now on unfinished business. We now have before us item 11A, resolution number AR 2022-15, a resolution adopting the 2022 legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage. Action was postponed on this item from the meeting of January 11, 2022, and there is no motion on the floor. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. We have amendments. Before we move to amendments, Mr. Gates, would you confirm that the members on the phone have received the amendments? I know I believe we have a new amendment in the stack that just came out.
I've emailed to all the members, except I think I received an amendment recently that I need to forward, which I will.
Do we have that amendment in the packet?
Yes, all of them are in the packet, including the one I didn't receive by email until recently.
So, Ms. Allard, it's my understanding that your amendment number 1 may have not, hasn't been mailed out to members yet. I see that you're in the queue. Are you in the queue for your amendment?
Yeah, I am in the queue for my amendment. Mr. Wilbanks was supposed to have sent that to, just recently, we just chatted about it, so to go to Mr. Gates.
Shall we come back to your amendment after we confirm it's been received?
Via email, yeah, that's fine, and then I'll move it after. That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Although, I think it might have relevance to move mine first just because of the clerical. Can we take a pause and just get that amendment to the people on the phone? Make sure.
Let's see if we can resolve that. Mr. Gates, do you have Allard Amendment number 1?
That's the one I received recently this evening. I'm about to email it.
Yeah, it looks like it was sent 22 minutes ago, Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard, it was sent to Mr. Gates or the members?
To Mr. Gates.
Okay. If another member has an amendment that is not impacted by Ms. Allard's amendment, though I realize those of you on the phone haven't seen that amendment yet, it pertains to capital projects on page 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Madam Chair, it looks like it was already sent. I apologize. My amendment was already sent to the clerk's agenda team at approximately 6:54. So.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I think we need to wait a couple minutes because it goes to the agenda team, but then Mr. Gates sends it to the members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. So I'm assuming that we're just going to go through the rest of the amendments in the order of the packet. So I'm just going to go ahead and move Zalatil Rivera Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Zalatel.
And if I may, I'd like Ms. Zalatil to speak to it.
Is that okay, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So as I explained at the Legislative Committee, this amendment brings the Navigation Center proposal in line with the agreed upon capacity through the exit strategy, the mass care exit strategy, and replaces the title of the project, which says Housing the Homeless, to Navigation Center for the Homeless. So again, this just brings it into conformity with the agreed upon and adopted mass care exit strategy.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members, or go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just did have one question. So regarding that second part of the amendment where it just changes the order of things and then adds in, per my understanding of the facilitated process and the agreements, that the goal is to exit the Sullivan Arena in June. I guess I just wanted to ask both the Assembly and the administration parts of that facilitated process, if that is still the understanding. The reason that I ask this is that the Assembly received an email earlier today from Mr. D'Amato talking about sort of springtime being when the Sullivan might be closing. So I just wanted to get some clarity from the facilitated process to see if there had been changes that we weren't aware of. Thank you.
Ms. Zimboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have any of our members from the facilitation group on the line at the moment. If you want, I can try to round up Joe Gerace or Larry Baker and see if I can get them to call in. But I don't have any comments on that at this moment.
Thank you, Ms. Zimboski. Mr. Rivera?
I would like to hear from both sides of the facilitated process during this discussion, but it looks like at least two of the Assembly members in the facilitated process would like to speak on it.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I noticed that as well, and I'd move to amend, so it says, "and exiting the Sullivan Arena, period," and delete "in June."
Second.
So an amendment to the amendment has been made by Mr. Weddleton to remove "in June" at the very bottom, and it has been seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
I don't know that we could commit to being out in June. We certainly are hoping, and if there's something happening that gets us out earlier, I think there'll be much rejoicing, but I don't want to also set false expectations. And I don't believe for the purposes of this legislative request that that particular month is critical. The need is there no matter what.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'll go through the queue, and if you want to speak on the amendment to the amendment, Mr. Constant?
It's both, really. And I was of two minds about the amendment until Mr. Weddleton spoke. And once he spoke, I'm in agreement that it's hard to pin exactly when because it's an ongoing process, but I can recall no conversation that we talked about moving earlier. And so I think by striking the June, it just gets us to the point of more honesty with where we are in the process, because we are still working very hard to get to that point, but we're not quite there, I don't think. And so that email did raise questions for me, but tomorrow we meet as a group, so I was planning to bring up the question there before I really delved into the more significant meaning of it, if it was just an errant comment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I'll go to Ms. Kennedy next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually in the queue prior to the amendment, so I will ask just to be kept in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the time qualifier is important. The June deadline is really driving the timing and sequencing of the events as we move through the implementation of the mass care exit strategy. And I think there needs to be an acknowledgement that while June is the target, it's still a flexible timeline, but it is what's driving it forward, and it's what makes, I think, this legislative request so timely, realizing the funds will probably come in FY23, which would be July 1, but that doesn't mean that it wouldn't give us the opportunity to be executing based on those funds becoming available, executing various facets of the program with regard to the navigation center. So I do think that June timeline provides important context. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Ms. Zalatel. I think we need to be very clear and transparent to the public, to ourselves, and to the legislature of, what is the timeline that we're working from, because I think that drives so much of the work that is being done. Perhaps my wording was a little bit off. Perhaps by June is a preferred wording instead of in June, because I can understand maybe we're done before then, although I very much doubt it. But otherwise, I will be voting no on this amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, it makes me wonder, too, and Ms. Zalatel brought it up slightly, but to the administration, we go to the legislature and say, hey, 15 million, and I think the state should have serious skin in this game. It's not all about Anchorage, so I'm really supportive of this. But if we say, hey, and so we'll be out of Sullivan in June, and their budget is for starting July, they could look and go, oh gosh, well they must have it settled by now, and they don't need the 15 million. I mean, we will. So it seems like it's a little non-strategic to have it claim that we'll be out in June, and the need is no longer there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I agree with Assemblywoman Zalatel's comments. Normally in any kind of major project, if you don't have a deadline fixed, certainly in a project this size, you may never get done. And the thing of it is we put a clock on it, we put a deadline on it, and everyone works towards the common goal of finishing, just like Meg said. So I support the issue, the notion that we keep the language of June in there.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. And I just want to ask members to please be sure to speak directly into the mic, because some of the folks online are having some difficulty hearing everybody. Mr. Constant?
So I agree with both sentiments, and I don't know how we square and ask the legislature for an item that's already passed. And so maybe there's some additional language that talks about what the critical need is beyond June, because if we don't have that language in there, then their funding begins July 1. So it's pretty hard to square and ask that way, because I agree, we want to have that date in there, but we also want to have a date that they can afford to fund. And so I don't know what the answer is to that puzzle. So,
thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel is in the queue.
Thank you. I think the June still makes sense because, we are trying to exit the mass care by the end of June. It's the target. Again, it's dynamic, but having the target, there is a couple of pots of funding that the legislative program could be funded through, quite frankly. If we think about it, the state will be getting another tranche of ARPA funds. There's a variety of ways that I think that the legislature could take our requests and figure out ways to contribute to the exit of mass care. So I don't think it's just simply an FY23. It's also not unrealistic to know that there will probably be costs that could move into FY23, particularly if we're able to stand up the capital for a navigation center or any of these strategic planks. But operating dollars are going to be and will remain the challenge here. So while maybe this is framed as a capital request, there would be also that opportunity and that flexibility that it could also help with our operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. It was requested that I repeat the amendment, and the amendment is simply to delete the words "in June." And I would like to point out in this, I agree, we should have deadlines and goals, but what we have in front of us is a legislative request. It's not an outline of our strategy for exit to mass care or from mass care. We've got that in the ordinance and many other documents. I mean, what we have here is very simply going to the legislature and asking for funds for this important, issue. And so I don't know that we have to say in June. It's just not a critical piece for that request. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thinking about how we fix this as well, and maybe we do go ahead and vote in this particular amendment and then amend it again to state that something to the effect of and exiting the Sullivan Arena with the goal of the end of June, so that you actually state the goal. And obviously goals don't always get reached, so there would be flexibility in there, but at least it would state to the extent that we're thinking June as much as, or hopefully as much as possible. So anyway, just a thought. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. So I think for myself, I've moved to the point where I won't support the amendment to strike the date, but after the amendment is dispatched, if in June is still there, I would make a motion to amend to add in support of rapid implementation of the new homeless service system as agreed in FY23, which will put a time frame on it that is matching with the state's timeline. So I think leaving June is good because it gives a very firm point to me, but we need to add that some form of language after that states this is an ongoing project that's important and rapid.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to strike in June.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
And we're just waiting for the results to come up on the screen. The amendment fails 5-6. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'd move an amendment. Sorry, Madam Clerk, I could hand it to you in writing, but you wouldn't be able to read it. After June, it would say, after June, it would be in support of the rapid implementation of the expanded homeless service system as agreed in FY23.
Second.
Yep. And as agreed refers to the facilitated group. Just for the record, I don't think it has to be explicit there, but.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So an amendment to the amendment, an An amendment to the amendment has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant, would you repeat it one more time?
Yes, after June, it would read, in support of rapid implementation of the expanded homeless service system as agreed in FY23. It probably could be wordsmith, but...
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, on the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment because this gives us the flexibility, as I spoke previously, to request that not only could we stand up a navigation center, but the operations potentially for it. And I think it also works well in concert with a later amendment and in terms of maybe a split to the funding. So I think this is a wise amendment, and I appreciate Mr. Constant bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment to add after in June in support of the rapid implementation of the expanded homeless service system as agreed in FY 2023.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 11-0. We are now back on the main amendment as amended. Ms. Kennedy, did you want back in the queue on the main amendment?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question in regard to the rest of the amendment and how that might play out or even impact future plans for the facilities that we might have available for homeless. And my understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected about this, but my understanding is that one of the benefits of the Navigation Center would be that it would be, not that it would be running with a large number of homeless on a traditional or on a daily basis, but that if we had some kind of real emergency, some kind of catastrophic event in our community, that we would have some place where people could go that was really stood up. It had the room, but then would really essentially be stood up just to keep people out of the weather. And this could be, all kinds of reasons to need to have shelter, not necessarily for people that you would typically think of as being a homeless person and needing services, but just if we ever have any kind, like I said, of a catastrophic event where we needed a large place to shelter people, we might need something that's fairly large. So my question is, does the rest of this amendment then impact that hope and the possibility of having something that could be just available in just such a short notice, were we to need a great deal of space for people that just suddenly had no access to their homes? And I suspect that's a question to the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The health director is on the line right now, and I'll let him take the first stab at that, and I might back clean up. So, Joe, can you take a stab at Assemblymember Kennedy's question?
Assemblymember Kennedy, through the chair, that facility would be able to accommodate, that's the point of the flex capacity, those situations, whether it be maybe a plane like we've had land here in the last 2 years with COVID folks. There's a lot of situations that facility, the additional capacity, could be used for. And additionally, as you had mentioned, it's a navigation center, so a lot of the services that we offer from there will not just be the sheltering component, it'll be the referral for services or intensive case management. So that's the other need for space and some flexibility there, from clinic space to supportive housing and those kind of, a one-stop shop. We call it the hub now at the Sullivan, but we will operate the same type of operation out of a navigation center, getting the services that they need. I hope that answers, or I can answer a more specific question, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Gerace. So if we limit the capacity, it does say the word regular capacity, so I don't know who regulars refer to, or who are the regulars. But if we go to the point of amending this to where it cannot exceed 200 individuals with an additional 130, would that reduce our ability to stand up a shelter for other secondary purposes, or to use this facility for something like an emergency like that? Thank you.
Again, through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, it would be of a little bit of concern to me, because if there's a hard number put on it, then we have to start really looking at that and finding these alternate sites. And as everyone's seeing, based on the last 2 years, it has become more difficult to find placements, and we've lost traditional partners over the last 2 years. We've had a hard time getting places to rent us rooms. And so at this point, based on the current usage, it is very difficult to find, be 10 rooms or 20 rooms for family cold weather sheltering, for instance, has proven a challenge. I don't know that I want to go try find 100 rooms or a space for 100 clients. It would be quite difficult just to find that off the cuff right now based on current conditions and conditions around Alaska in general.
Thank you, Mr. Gerace. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. I 2 points. One is, the occupancy that's stated in here with the regular capacity not to exceed 200 individuals and additional 130 persons in certain times. That matches what we unanimously passed for the policy for this system we're developing. So this really just restates what we've all supported. And I do want to applaud Ms. Kennedy's optimism that at some point we'll have plenty of room in here and be able to use it for something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So my question is in 2 parts, or question and comment. Mr. Gerace, what I just heard you suggest was that you are eyeing this facility for more than the 200 plus 130. Is that a correct assessment of what I just heard you say?
No, sir, not at all. Senator Constant. I was saying that limiting it to, I believe the question was just a 130 or a hard 200. If we could not flex above that, that would be a concern for me as a navigation center homeless shelter. I'm not planning on any other intended use, but as you're well aware, sir, people are affected by homeless in many different ways. We had quite a lot of fishermen that came here to fish this year that were unable to move to their final destination because of COVID, and they ended up becoming part of the homeless system in Anchorage, and us having to support them. That'd be a non-traditional example of somebody that's currently being affected by homelessness.
Okay, no, that's
and economic
I
conditions.
just wanted to nail in on exactly what I heard to make sure what I heard was what it was. So thank you, because I agree that those numbers are important to keep in mind. And then the second point, just to kind of riff on what you said, Ms. Kennedy, is that if we have a crisis in which mass populations become homeless, it's not to our navigation center where those folks will go. They'll go to the traditional locations that we've housed people in crises. In my neighborhood, it's the Fairview Rec Center or the Sullivan Arena or any number of schools that are converted into short-term activated spaces for emergency response, and those are all part of the coordinated emergency response plan that we have through the EOC. And so this conversation, I would like to hone in directly on the homeless navigation conversation, because that broader question of, and really to the mayor's credit, and when he first proposed all of this, the idea was to have a place that could be multifaceted, but in the case we've moved to a different level of the conversation. So we do have those facilities for the crisis situation as long as they're still standing.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, and then Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to keep into context that this is under if this amendment passes, the title of Navigation Center for the Homeless. And it ties back to our facilitated exit strategy, which deals with everything within the context of homelessness, particularly around what constitutes emergency shelter. Anything beyond that, I don't believe would be restricted necessarily to the capacity. And as Mr. Constant said, it would trigger an entirely different program or response under the Emergency Operations Center. If there's still the belief that this is ambiguous enough to cause consternation as to what it could be used for, the recommendation would be that it should read the Navigation Center as an emergency shelter will have the regular capacity. That has, that term has meaning. I don't necessarily think it's possible, but if members think that we need to be crystal clear about the purpose of the Navigation Center, we could certainly add that language.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the clarifying questions that Mr. Constant asked and the comments he made about the emergency operations plan were covered largely what I was going to say. I think that initial answer by Mr. Gerace would have been very disturbing to a number of people in East Anchorage and Midtown and those who live in that area. I'll just say one last thing, and that was what Mr. Weldon said, that we had agreed to that number and it was unanimous. I disagree with that assertion. Yes, the final vote on the overall package was unanimous. A lot of things were tied into that, and I didn't want to oppose that. But there was an amendment similar to one we'll be discussing later that several Assembly members supported, and I think we've only learned more since then. And we'll have a broader conversation in a later amendment about this proposal versus the facilitated process and the differences between them. But I just wanted to get that on the record. Yes, that proposal, that overall plan passed unanimously, but there were portions of it that I very much disagreed with, and I think several of my colleagues did too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Zalatel Rivera Amendment Number 1 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Next, we have Allard Amendment Number 1. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment 1, and then I would like Mr. Bryce to go ahead and speak on it, please.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Weddleton.
And I will say that there'll be an amendment to this amendment just because there was a Ruan Road instead of Ruan, but Mr. Bryce will go ahead and speak on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Wilbanks?
Or Mr. Wilbanks.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, so this is a really clerical amendment just to add numbering to pages 7 through 10, as well as change the capital projects titles. I guess I was working a little bit too fast when drafting the amendment and accidentally replaced Ruan for road instead of adding Ruan. So that's what the floor amendment is going to be regarding in that first section.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. So, Ms. Allard, you will be moving an amendment to the amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair. Wherever it says Ruan on the amendment, we're going to add the word road, just clerical. And I believe it's in two areas. For a second, I don't have the line items on these ones. So it said change road Fish Passage culvert replacement to Ruan Road, Fish Passage culvert. So just put road right after Ruan, and then on the second one under Ruan, this Fish Passage, we're going to put Ruan Road once again. I believe those are the only areas.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Is there a second to the amendment to the amendment?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. So Ms. Allard's amendment to the amendment would add the word road on the first line after Ruan, so it would be Ruan Road Fish Passage Culvert Replacement. And then on the second, actually the third line on the copy we have would add road, again after Ruan, to read under Ruan Road Fish Passage Culvert Replacement. Ms. Allard, is there anything further?
No, Madam Chair, that's it.
Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to add road after Ruan in 2 places in Allard Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 11-0. We are now back to the main amendment as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Allard Amendment Number 1 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Burke? Over here. Sorry, I was supposed to add a little time in between. Are we good on the first 2? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Rivera Zalatel Amendment Number 3, please.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. I am not finding it. Ms. Zalatel, did you say this is Rivera Zalatel Amendment Number 3? Okay, great.
Yes, Madam Chair. Would you like me to speak to it now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned in the Legislative Committee, we worked with our Midtown Legislative Delegation to bring forward these 2 outstanding capital improvement projects that have been long overdue. In particular, the Northern Lights Sound Barrier Fence Phase 3 has been put on the back burner since 2008. And working closely with Representative Josephson and Senator Elvie Gray Jackson, they believe that including these in our capital improvements project not only will meet a community priority in the area, but also that the timing is right. So we ask for your support to bring both of these projects so that they can be sequenced and complete some long outstanding and overdue items along Northern Lights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to underscore what my colleague from Midtown stated. This is something that is long overdue. The first 2 phases were completed, and the 3rd phase never got done. The Midtown delegation, at least the part of the Midtown delegation representing this area, is in full support, and will hopefully be able to advocate for this in Juneau. I think having this as part of our legislative package, I think makes sense, and I myself don't see any negative to including this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
I'll support this, though. I'm sensitive to, the mayor kind of made a pitch for not really loading this legislative program up and so that we could emphasize the port. And I believe in the last few years we've done that. I think at least one year we only put the port on our legislative requests. And then what we heard from legislators was, what about other stuff? They want some guidance. They can't come up with $600 million, but they can come up with some here and there. So, I'll support this. I think there's some important, probably some other ones coming up too, but it is based on what we learned. Just having one big project to kind of highlight that didn't seem to work for us in previous years. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I will go to Ms. Zalatel, who would like to respond. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Weddleton's comment and the mayor's comment. I have full support that the port is our number one priority. However, if we fail to advance some of these projects, particularly those that have dropped off the radar of the legislature that are long overdue, what we do is we just keep pushing them off to another time. This is an opportunity to elevate important projects within the municipality. We can all be crystal clear on where our priorities lie. I think by dollar amount, the port gets that number one billing, but if we don't move these forward, it's kind of like locally, if you don't put it on your CIP list, it will never get included. So I think the time is right, but particularly as the state sees money coming into it and will need specific projects or will be looking for specific projects and ones that are shovel ready or that have been back burner, I think are really important to elevate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I was just driving up this section of Northern Lights in front of Rogers Park Elementary and remembered back in the late 90s taking a class, or early 2000s, at Rogers Park Elementary in the community schools program that used to operate in the evenings there. When they first put in the kind of decorative median at that intersection, not at that, where the roads come together. It's not kind of an intersection, and I've lamented for the last several years how dilapidated and deteriorated it's starting to look. It's actually starting to degrade the quality of the neighborhood. And so I think that there is a strong argument for making an investment in this area to make improvements. And to the notion that some members have talked about wanting to have a variety of projects, the message that I got from my outreach with the legislature in the last 2 weeks was they actually need a panorama of projects, small to large, not just the big ones and not just the small ones, because they have opportunities that arise when they have projects before them. So for that reason, I'll support it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Rivera-Zalatel Amendment Number 3.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-1. Mr. Burke?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, for the record, I just emailed the members of the Assembly and the municipal clerk a veto of Rivera-Zalatel Amendment Number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Zalatel?
I move to override the mayor's veto.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zalatel to override the mayor's veto of Rivera-Zalatel Amendment Number 3. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
I've already spoken to why I think it's important that we include a variety of projects. So it's for those reasons I believe we should override the mayor's veto. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, looking at these projects, I can't say that I disagree with them at all. They're good projects. The trouble is, our concern is, from what we're hearing from our lobbyists in Juneau, this is going to be problematic to getting the primary objective accomplished, which is the funding, or as much funding as we can get for port repair. Our fear is, with the GO bonds issue probably failing, not coming forth in the legislature, this is going to create complications for with legislators who are not from this area. And again, I'd love to support these, but I can't because of the primary objective. I need to stay focused on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say, they say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And for better or worse, we tried the approach of just the port, nothing else, and it failed. I think that we should try this other approach. Certainly the port is by far our biggest ask. I mean, it's orders of magnitude bigger than the rest of the things we're putting on this request. And I expect it will consume a majority of our lobbyists' time. But I do think these are worthy projects, and so I will be voting to override.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to override the mayoral veto of Rivera-Zaletel Amendment Number 3.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zaletel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to override the veto passes 9-2. Okay, who is next? We have a few more amendments.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to move Assemblymember Dunbar Rivera Zaletel Amendment Number 4, please.
Second.
So a motion has been made to approve, amendment number 4 by members Dunbar, Rivera, and Zaletel. The motion has been made by Ms. Zaletel and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zaletel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I previewed this amendment, and I apologize I didn't have the text at the Legislative Committee. What you'll see here is a combination request, $500,000 appropriation, and then a policy request. This is for road safety corridors. So as we've all read in the media, there have been a number of vehicle collisions along high traffic corridors that are state-owned roads in the municipality, and we've received some advocacy about those as well, particularly the Muldoon Curve. Tudor from Old Seward to Elmore is something that Mr. Rivera and I hear about at least on a monthly basis, it seems like, from Campbell Park Community Council. And then there's a section on Northern Lights from Lake Otis to East High School. This is not meant to be an exhaustive list, but what is available is a tool that hasn't been deployed in urban areas, but it is a safety corridor. The one you're probably most familiar with is the one on the way to Girdwood. It's the speed zone. And through the Highway Safety Improvement Program, a safety corridor could be implemented on these streets or on these roads and high traffic corridors. It does request an appropriation for two primary reasons. One is to ensure that we have the resources to enforce the corridor. Secondarily, so that we can take data on the effectiveness of implementing safety corridors along these high traffic areas. And really, this is an interim measure. To get to the true safety of some of these roads, we would require a redesign and reconstruction. This would be something that would be done through the AMATS process, but these would be long-term undertakings, taking millions of dollars and possibly a decade plus, and be very disruptive. So if there are other tools at our disposal to improve road safety along these high traffic corridors where we've had a number of vehicle collisions, some involving pedestrians, I think this is an opportunity to put forward to the legislature so that we can hopefully improve outcomes for residents and maybe come up with other solutions short of redesigning and reconstructing these roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zaletel. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I'd like to move to amend this. And one is to delete the, where it says road safety corridors, 500,000, and then at the bottom, request 500,000. And then on the main text block here on the first line, to add the words after identify, add as safety corridors. And then to delete, starting at line, kind of the end of line 4, delete identification for designation as safety corridors through the Highway Safety Improvement Program, HSIP, This request includes a grant appropriation of $500,000 to the Anchorage Traffic and Police Departments for purposes of data collection and enforcement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, I think just getting to the text amendment first, you know, the Highway Safety Improvement Program, that's kind of a federal process that the legislature doesn't have control over. I mean, you know, and DOT can certainly do a study, and they do regularly studies, HSIP studies. But I don't think it's something that the legislature could say would happen. So taking that out, and I don't know the process, but I imagine it's DOT does have a process for identifying things as a safety corridor, and I think that's the main intent of this. And then taking out the money, one is to, you know, as much as possible where the mayor doesn't want to dilute the request. You know, we have now $1 million in traffic calming funds that are unused, and we just, you know, added another $1 million to the bonds. That's $2 million. And that money should be able to be used for these kinds of studies, you know, traffic. That's what it is used for, is studies like what's recommended here. So we do have the money that we've approved already and will likely approve, you know, more in April. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Would you restate your amendment to the amendment, please?
Sure. Where it says road safety corridors, 500,000, delete that. Then moving to the big block of text, on the first row after the word identify, put as safety corridors. And then delete in that block of text on line 4, starting near the end of that where it says identification, delete identification for designation as safety corridors through the Highway Safety Improvement Program, HSIP. This request includes a grant appropriation for $500,000 to the Anchorage Traffic and Police Departments for purposes of data collection and enforcement. So that would be deleted. And also delete at the bottom, request $500,000.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar, on the amendment to the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my comments were going to be to the underlying amendment, but I think that this amendment is sufficiently large that they apply to these comments as well. You know, I thank Ms. Zolotel for bringing this and for including me as a co-sponsor. It was her idea originally. And I think the underlying point of this amendment is just us trying to do something, anything, to get DOT to move to address these issues. So I've spoken about it before here. You know, in 2019, a 16-year-old named Talon Soto was killed at the corner of Tudor and Campbell Airstrip Road. Just a couple months ago, another person lost their life a block to the east of that in an automobile accident. A few years before that, another person died at the corner of Patterson and the Muldoon Curve. So that's the area that I know the most about. And I bring it up all the time at our joint school board meetings because I want to get a school zone put in there. Doesn't seem like we can get any activity on that. I've spoken with the prior, the prior traffic engineer, and they expressed that it had to be DOT. I appreciate my colleagues, Mr. Rivera and Ms. Zolotel, identifying other parts of Anchorage that are also at risk like this, and we all know the issues with pedestrians along Tudor. But I think that is the purpose of this amendment. Just any tool available to us, any tool that we can bring to bear, whether it's studies and enforcement with the police department, or it's trying to get the legislature and the state government to impact the state DOT, and perhaps the DOT to help us impact the Federal Highway Administration as well. But these are extremely dangerous areas. They're too fast, they're poorly designed, they need major reconstruction, and we do anything we can, including this amendment. So I oppose Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment. I know he's trying to make it a little bit more targeted, a little bit more precise, but for me, again, I just think any tool we can bring to bear to try to address these issues. And the last thing I'll say is there is now a very active, very organized, bipartisan group of folks around that Muldoon Tudor curve that are reaching out to the administration, they're reaching out to us, and they're desperate for us to take any kind of action at all to try to protect the public and make improvements to that really dangerous stretch of road. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. We'll go to Mr. Rivera and then Ms. Zolotel. Actually, one moment. I see Mr. Gates is in the queue. Mr. Gates, did you want to respond to something?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to speak to, I think, one problem with Mr. Weddleton's voiced amendment. The first part, if I understood correctly, he deleting under page 11, where it says road safety corridors, 500,000. This whole part, those two lines are part of the table of contents page. So it's basically to say on page 11 is road safety corridors. I think you need to delete just the number 500,000, but not the whole line.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton, is that something you and the sponsor?
Of course,
would
that's
want-
what I meant.
Ms. Allard?
Thank you,
you're good.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to do similar to what Mr. Dunbar did, speak a little broadly to this, and then speak to my opposition to Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment. So, earlier, I believe it was the last amendment we were debating, Mr. Dunbar brought up the definition of insanity. And, I don't know how many years of deaths on Tudor and on Old Seward, on Elmore, Northern Lights, Lake Otis do we need before, we actually start doing something about this situation. And frankly, we need the state to work with us to do something. And I really appreciate this innovative idea that Ms. Zalatel has worked with the state on. This isn't sort of something that just came out of the blue. I think it's time for us to do something different to keep our constituents safe. And because of that, I really will be supporting this amendment in its original form, unless there's a really good reason to change it. And I will be opposing Weddleton's amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to provide a little bit more background on how I arrived at bringing this forward to my colleagues who've agreed to co-sponsor. I've been in conversations with DOT, particularly around the highway safety and improvement corridors. And there's some things that have to occur in order to be able to do this in an urban environment, hence the appropriation, because it would involve public safety as well as traffic. And part of that is the success to these corridors is education, enforcement, and engineering. So it's education, whether through enforcement or education through the police. We have these safety corridors. Here we go. Now we're enforcing them. And then gathering the data to determine what engineering solutions may be possible, whether those are high impact or low impact. They all require to implement one of these requires a funding plan of some variety. And even if we approve this and the legislature says, yes, do this through the Highway Safety Improvement Program, which is required, that then allows the DOT to make that designation. So the funding and requiring it to work through this particular program are really condition precedents to making this something that's possible and doable. And as I said, I think that this is really an opportunity to find a middle ground to address what is extremely concerning. I read about so many vehicle collisions happening throughout Anchorage. I had my aide go and research them, and really we can use that research just from what was reported in the media plus other traffic data to really pinpoint where we need to look at putting these efforts forward. But as Mr. Dunbar highlighted, we've heard about these horrific incidents, and it's not just, lives lost is like the largest cost, but every time there is a new business proposed on Tudor Road, the first concern of the community council is traffic and safety. And so the question is, what can we do to address those safety issues? And I think this is a reasonable step forward so that we don't have whether or not a business is going to seek or see community opposition be based on the safety of the road and its attendant traffic issues. As I mentioned, these are very large corridors within our municipality that would take monumental efforts to change. So I believe a $500,000 appropriation, a little innovation, and cooperation can go a long way to making the roads safer without these larger undertakings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Before I continue through the queue, I will go to the Vice Chair. We are 57 minutes into our debate. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. I'd make a motion to extend this debate by 30 minutes.
Second.
A motion to extend debate by 30 minutes has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, debate has been extended for 30 minutes. Mr. Weddleton?
I am in complete alignment with Mr. Dunbar, Ms. Zalatel, and anyone who says that we have unbelievably dangerous roads in this city. Complete alignment. But I won't take the time to list every injury and death because we don't have time for it. I'm in complete alignment that these roads are dangerous and something needs to be done. This amendment solidifies this request. It gets something out of there. You can't tell them you have to do an HSIP study. There's a process for that. You can ask for it, but it's not the legislature who would do that. So this is not the process. So it just simply corrects that error. And the money, I guess we can ask for the money, but we have the money. We're going to have $1 million in traffic calm and we haven't spent. Well, bingo, here's a big project. So I want that study done. I want that study done. I want that information. I want us to correct these roads. It has been decades-long mission of mine to do this. I want that. This amendment makes it a more effective request. So I offered it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant, on the amendment to the amendment?
Another one I'm torn on. I have an experience that parallels what I'm hearing Mr. Weddleton describe, but in practical terms. 2013, I worked with my neighbors and we fought and got a $300,000 grant to do a traffic study for Gamble Street. And we got that grant and we demonstrated that the traffic flows were not substantiating the uses that were being brought to bear and requirements for Gamble Street. We proved it using the state's modeling and the state's money. And the state DOT told us, well, our models must have been wrong then. And they overruled us. And now 9 years later, they were very mad then. They said, nothing's going to happen on this for 10 years. Basically, forget about it. And they put us in the back of a train as the second to the caboose. And I don't even know how much farther along we are now. We do have that planning and environmental linkages study. But I hate to say that they will act in a way that is less than mature and professional, but I can say if we get out of order, they're going to find a reason why they tell us we're out of order. And so I'm still kind of torn on this, but I think John's right. Take the amount off, don't try to appropriate, and let's push the principle instead, because the principle will get us through DOT. And the attempt to force money on the table will get them to resent us, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I would feel a lot more comfortable actually supporting this in concept because I do have a hard time figuring out exactly what $500,000 gets us. So I think without the amendment, you state the need and you basically have other resources to tap into. And so I hope that we would actually support this amendment, leave that amount off, and then just work toward all the other ways that you can find other funding, but continue to address the things that we know we can address right now. I mean, enforcement is something we can address right now. So anyway, I think we ought to be supporting this and just leave the funding amount off. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I don't really have much to add. I think my colleagues have said it all. I would like my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to amendment number 4, which would strike the amount on page 11. On line 1, it would insert as safety corridors after the word identify, and then starting on line 4, it would strike from identification 4 through enforcements on line 8, and then it would also strike at the bottom the line request $500,000. And we are just letting the system catch up.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The amendment to the amendment passes 8-3. We are now back on the main motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, we'll redo that then. Nope. That work? Thank you.
The amendment to the amendment passes 7-4. We are now back on amendment number 4 as amended. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. I think the principle is still good and that it is worthy to still move forward and bring into our legislative program. The reasons stated are still just as valid. I don't think we have the ability to do the enforcement piece with bond funds, which is what does traffic calming, but maybe we do have the ability to study, and who knows, maybe the legislature will see this, say, yes, this is a great idea, and the funding will come even without the request. So I remain optimistic. I think with these large road projects, we definitely have to start figuring out some interim strategies. AMATS moves very slowly, and it's such a fiscally constrained program with so many competing needs. I think this would have a hard time gaining some traction. So I hope my colleagues will support this and we can ask the legislature to partner with us to make these roads safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard some conflicting reports about the infrastructure bill and what exactly it will fund, and I think we're all sort of puzzling our way through. Some folks have said it will pay for maintenance even down to small neighborhood streets. I've also heard that it really is going to be used primarily for larger projects, and that means large state roads, highways, that kind of thing. Either way, I hope that the municipality of Anchorage starts speaking with a unified voice, and if we pass this and we work with the administration, perhaps we will, to the DOT to try to change their paradigm a little bit. And I think this is something that Mr. Weddleton and I agree with 100%, and he's done work on this too. It's not about getting cars through areas faster. I'm still bothered by the elements of the Midtown Congestion Relief Project. It's $450 million to do basically that. Now, there are some other improvements there with pedestrian things and that kind of stuff, but the idea that we would take this unique opportunity from federal funds and use it to just try to move cars faster through Anchorage is a fundamentally flawed approach. If we have a chance to make a generational change in our transportation infrastructure, I hope that we all agree to use it to make this a safer place to drive, to walk, to bike, to take any form of multimodal transportation throughout this city. So I hope this will get us a little bit closer and we speak with one voice when we talk to state DOT. That is our new paradigm, that is our new priority, and please, if you're getting large federal funds, let's use them for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And now, if this passes and we're identifying this as a priority, I would recommend to the members to Send this quickly to your community councils, because I know the community councils are right now being asked by the legislators to put forward priorities for funding so they can independently identify a funding request for this proposal, which then shows local and then local government alignment as well.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 4 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Amendment number 4 passes 11-0.
Yeah, I have one more.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and I will be moving constant amendment number 5, which adds the defined benefit pension program, support to return the defined benefit pension system to public safety and EMS.
Second.
Thank you.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera.
And so with this language that's before you, I just ask for your support to add this so that we can do the hard work of securing our investment in our public safety and EMS staff.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Mr. Constant, can you please tell me how this is going to be paid for?
Madam Chair, yeah, general funds and also municipal resources. We're already funding retirement plans for these individuals. It's just going into 401k style plans, and so it would be us.
Madam Chair, can I do a follow-up question to the administration, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Domboski, or whoever you would recommend within the administration, can you give me your perspective on this, please, as far as our financial dealings right now?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Assemblymember Allard, I think the real question is, what is the current liability in the current retirement system for the state? I think it is significant, so that would be something that I would recommend Assembly members evaluate as they vote on this.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, I appreciate that, and I've been really skittish about defined benefit too, because you can dig a really big hole in a hurry. What's been coming around in the last couple of years, and I know Chuck Kopp had introduced something a couple of years ago, and that was defined benefit, but not the kind that we used to have with the earlier tiers that we absolutely find now is unaffordable, but something that will still be used for retention. So I've just become comfortable the last couple of years, and we're just saying defined benefit. We're not saying specifically which one. And I would certainly hope, should something happen, that we would be able to choose whether or not to go in. But there is a clear need. I mean, I've heard enough over the last 5 or 6 years that we're having a trouble with retention. Police officers trained are leaving, firefighters are as well. And defined benefit doesn't mean unlimited hole in the ground. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a piece of legislation that's already been introduced to the legislature, and they've done a study, and they've found out that the proposal in this bill in the legislature would cost approximately the same as what the current system is costing, and so they're saying that it's not going to add anything to a deficit. It's going to be approximately the same cost as what we're paying now, and hopefully then that will help us to retain some of our experienced public safety people, and so we don't have to keep spending as much money training and recruiting new ones. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to strongly support this amendment. I think we've heard clearly from our police department, fire department, and others that this is an extremely serious need. And I would agree with the comments from Mr. Weddleton. It doesn't have to look like it used to look. I think that we can be creative. And what this does is this says that this is a priority for us, and it puts it on the radar of the legislature and says that we're willing to work with them to find a way to bring this in some way back so that we can really stop the outpour of quality staff that we have. We're losing really quality folks because we don't have a benefit package that competes with other states. And so I just want to really encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I guess I look at this as a bit of a relic from the past, a bygone era that we're probably never going to see again. However, you know, having said that, I think there are also a lot of things that go into this whole concept about retention and recruitment, and we have a whole lot of just an array of issues up here, you know, just in terms of cost of living, educational choices, healthcare availability. We have a lot of things that pertain to people's reasons for staying or leaving. I think we have just never seen a real stomach for bringing this back in our legislature over the past, 15 years since it's been gone. However, I don't believe it hurts to ask. There's been comments about the fact that, yeah, it could look incredibly different than we've ever seen it before, so there could be some benefit to that. But to a certain extent, I think it's kind of pointless to try to make this particular thing a priority. So anyway, I probably won't vote for it simply because I think the way it is worded is too specific. And again, I think we have a lot of other reasons why we're having those recruitment and retention problems other than just the idea of a defined benefit. So this has been a little bit of a, you know, probably a waste of time. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I think Mr. Peterson said he had a study. I'd like to request from Mr. Peterson if he could show that. The other thing is, not even the military has defined benefits any longer. In fact, new recruits coming in the military have to buy into their 401k, and the reason being is because the taxpayers can't afford it. This is exactly the same thing. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other, Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'll just leave one last note. Actions matter. A vote is an action. To my friends who wear the blue, I back you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Constant Amendment number 5.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 9-2. Mr. Byrd?
Through the chair, I've just emailed the members of the Assembly and Municipal Clerk a veto of constant proposed amendment number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the motivation for a DB plan. I spent 30 years in occupation where a DB was the promise. However, 20 years into that career, I lost that entire DB plan, which you can do. A defined benefit plan is nothing more than a promise based on the economic viability of the entity at any given moment. I advocated and fought for a DB plan for many years with my union, for my union, and I learned the hard way that's not a good plan. I was forced into a DC plan, a defined contribution plan, essentially a 401k, and that turned out to be a far better deal because it was my money, it was secure money, or as secure as money can be in this day and age, And I would advocate that the folks that want better for our public employees would advocate for higher DC contribution rates. That's how you get there. Because at the end of the day, and we understand, we've looked at California, many jurisdictions in California that went bankrupt, and their unionized employees who had very good DB plans lost everything, or they were paid pennies on the dollar, and that was back during the mostly during the Schwarzenegger administration. So I've looked at this for many years. I've got a lot of experience in this, and as a fellow worker, as a 30-year union man, in this day and age, I would stay away from a DB plan. I say that not as a matter of looking at the fiscal nature of this from the municipality standpoint, but as a fellow worker, this is not good for the people that do it in this day and age. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Mr. Constant?
Move to override. Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to override the mayoral veto of Constant Amendment number 5, and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
I listened to the folks doing the work, and this is what they've been asking for a number of years, and I respect the perspective that some local governments have failed to fulfill the promise, but at this time the promise of the full faith and credit of this municipality is strong, and this state is strong. We have $83 billion in the bank. We can do right by our public safety and EMS workers, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a line that caught my eye, and it says, we expect the cost to the municipality taxpayer increase due to the higher attribution rate for the Tier 4 plan employees. This is alarming. I support the men and women in blue, our fire department, and every first responder, but what I don't support is to put such a burden on our taxpayers. This will come back full force, and I think we're looking down the road that this is going to be a bad thing coming forward. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson, a final comment before the body votes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a comment made that alluded to the fact that to support our unionized employees, especially the men and women in blue, is to support this. I can speak from experience that to support this does not. It does the exact opposite. As I said earlier, this is not good for the people who are engaged in a DB plan. It used to be a good thing. It's no longer a good thing, and I frankly resent the notion that because of this, I don't support the men in blue. That's why I'm making this passionate argument, is because I do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to override the mayoral veto of Constant Amendment number 5.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to override the veto passes 9-2. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Dunbar Amendment number 2.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Dunbar, and this is Dunbar Amendment number 2, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're back to homelessness for a little bit. Amendment number 2, which I spoke about a little bit on Friday, and I got the text today, so I apologize for it coming to you a little bit late. It takes the $15 million request, which currently only goes to the Navigation Center, and splits it into 3 $5 million requests. The first would go to workforce and permanent supportive housing, and we have, from the documents we received just last week from the facilitated process, we know that we need about 210 more units. It keeps $5 million for that navigation center, which of course we've also already dedicated $2.7 million or so to during our last round of funding. And then it adds $5 million for the special population shelter or housing, which has an estimated need of 200 beds. And again, that's from the legislative the facilitated processes documents. And then it limits the special population shelter to 150 beds. And that's consistent with the ordinance, of course, that we all passed. We have an ordinance that says you need a variance to go above 150 beds. 150 beds is best practice. A few weeks ago, or man, it might be more than a month ago, when we were debating the $6 million appropriation, we split it three ways between housing, shelter, and I believe it was treatment, or a different kind of housing. At that time, Mr. Baker said, this is a multi-pronged approach, and everything has to go together. It has to all advance together simultaneously. Now, my understanding is that this $15 million request in this legislative program did not go through the facilitated process. Now, the administration has argued that it is consistent with the goals of the facilitated process, but I don't believe that this $15 million resulted in some kind of back and forth with the administration and the Assembly. And that's why this is our chance tonight to do that kind of policy work. So I urge folks to support this. And I'll say also, we know the special populations housing and shelter is needed. We haven't taken any firm actions in that direction yet, and I think it's time that we start to dedicate some money towards that. So with that, I urge my colleagues to please support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Mr. Dunbar for bringing this amendment forward. I would make I guess I'm not going to make an amendment to the amendment, but where we do label it under homelessness, it really is about housing and homelessness. The solution to homelessness is housing. I'm like a broken record on it, but it is really and truly the key. You move through these planks of the facilitated mass care exit strategy, what we find is in trying to leverage all of the resources available, where we come up short again and again and again is available housing units. There is soon to be about $7 million on the street in rental assistance and housing stability funds, all told through various buckets, that is really hard to spend because we cannot find units. So bringing on 210 more units, if we can do that, plus the proposed 93 at the Barrett, is a real game changer. And these are not just simply, one-time investments. These will be investments that persist in our community for a really long time. Affordable housing is at the crux of so many issues in Anchorage and statewide that is really important that we do this. And it is important then, as we look at special populations, a plank of the plan that hasn't really moved into any kind of an implementation phase, of asking the question, if there's $5 million, how can we best leverage those dollars towards something sustainable? Is it a small shelter and some housing? What is that right combination? And I think this proposal really gives us the opportunity to hopefully leverage some more resources to fully realize the planks and achieve success coming out of the transition from mass care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the work put into this amendment by the sponsor. For a lot of the reasons that Mr. Dunbar stated, I think it is important for us to work on each of the priorities and planks that we have simultaneously, and this amendment does that. And, very similar to the $6 million that we appropriated in December, where there was strong opportunity to leverage that with additional funds. Hopefully that will be able to repeat itself, and we can leverage other funds to be able to get some additional work done in each of these areas. I guess, one of the only hesitations that I have is I have been very careful in my previous votes to make sure that I'm not stepping on the toes of the facilitated process. So I just want to confirm the assumption in the argument made earlier that this $15 million that was proposed by the mayor for the legislative program has not been or was not a part of the facilitated process. So I would love to hear from, again, as I usually do, like to hear from both sides of the facilitated process on that, just to confirm it on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Demboski, is there someone at this point available?
Mr. Drace is about to be on the line, so if you can go to the other members first, then we should be ready.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. We'll come back to you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I'd like to propose an amendment, but or do you want me to answer Mr. Rivera's question first?
If you want to go ahead and respond to Mr. Rivera's question first, that'd be great.
And I think the question was, did we specifically talk about a $15 million request? You know, I don't, not specifically, but I think throughout we know we are short a whole lot of money. And this is an order of magnitude that I carried forward is roughly this amount. And as suggested in here, would be for the full package, not particularly for one location.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Do you want to go ahead with your...
Madam Chair, if I might also respond to that question.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And so, yes, the answer is we did not discuss an appropriation package to the legislature at the facilitated group, but we did receive an email communication that stated that this one in particular is agreeable with the other parties because it generally aligns with the principles that we've talked about, which is lifting all ships at once. Every plank goes up all at once. And so I did receive a communication from a party across the table who said that, and I hope that that's what they're going to say now. And so I personally don't have a problem supporting this in the context of that. It doesn't feel bad faith.
Madam Chair, may I ask a quick clarifying question?
And actually, before you do that, Mr. Rivera, I need to ask for a motion to extend because we've just about burned through the 30 minutes.
Move to extend another 20 minutes.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant to extend for 20 minutes, seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, we have extended for 20 minutes. A follow-up question, Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, just to Mr. Constant. So I heard you use the phrase "this one." By this one, do you mean this amendment we have before us? Okay, thank you. And for the record, the answer was yes by Mr. Constant.
Yes.
Ms. Demboski, is Mr. Gerace available?
Yes, he is. Thank you. And before I turn it over to Mr. Gerace, Madam Chair, Larry Baker is indicating that the restriction on the last line where it indicates 150, he says that's a violation of the agreement and the process, and it is a hard no from the administration on that particular line. With regards to the other items, Mr. Baker believes it's okay, but I'm going to defer to Mr. Gerace because he's been part of the facilitated group.
Mr. Gerace?
And I'm going to apologize to the chair. I'm unsure what the full question is, so if I could have it. I heard some of the discussion, but I want to make sure exactly what I'm being asked to answer. Is there multiple questions in play?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Gerace. Mr. Rivera, would you go ahead and restate your question?
Thanks. So I guess it's sort of a two-parter, right? First is, can you confirm that the usage of the $15 million as proposed by the mayor in the legislative program was not part of any type of agreement in the facilitated process? That's question number one. And then two, I guess Mr. Constant sort of alluded to some type of agreement by the administration on this amendment. And so if you have any knowledge of that, that would be great. Thank you.
To answer through the chair to Assemblymember Rivera, the $15 million is a other funding stream outside of the planks that we have inside. I believe they were just trying to reduce the burden on the city, but I don't want to speak for the mayor, but it is not part of the facilitated process, the mayor's legislative process. Is that the question you had, sir?
You did respond to that first question. If you want to respond to the second question, that'd be great.
The second is, I would have to answer, it is part of the facilitated process, and I don't know that we're at a place where we can answer that question fully tonight. I'd need better definition on what you're asking for there. There's a lot of things. I saw the amendment, and there's a lot of things in play there, but I would agree with Mr. Baker that the last one is not something that we currently had a foregone conclusion on. Maybe that's the way to state that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gerace. Anything else, Mr. Rivera? Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I'm going to go back to Mr. Weddleton, who was about to make an amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, I think I'll turn it into two. So I'd like to amend to delete the last sentence that says a special population shelter would not exceed capacity of 150 beds.
Second.
So a motion has been made to amend Dunbar Amendment Number 2 to strike the last bullet in its entirety.
Not the last, no, just the
last sentence, sorry.
Last sentence.
The last sentence of the last bullet, and it has been seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
I think specifically we heard from the administration, and I would agree with it, that these limits, that particular limit is not part of the facilitated process, so it would be inconsistent. But I also say that, there seems to be a suggestion that 150 is a magic number, and it simply isn't. A 200-person shelter is not a large shelter. 200 is not a large shelter, and the size and effectiveness as a shelter is really a function of the facility itself and the services that are there. And I've told you many times, I've been to shelters far larger than that. Most recently, Pine Street Inn in Boston, and it's 650 people. It's been very successful for decades, but it's properly constructed, properly run. It has services there or nearby available, and it's successful. So to say that 150 is a magic number is very limiting, very wrong, and not something we need to do. So I urge support for deleting this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'll go through the queue and see if members want to speak on the amendment to the amendment. First, Ms. Kennedy.
Not on this amendment, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. My comments are for both. I think we've found ourselves in a weird place. If you look at the amendment talks about 3 items. One is the workforce housing, one is the navigation center, and one is a separate place for special populations. The limitation that is put on the special population site is 150 beds. It's not actually what we agreed upon, which is the navigation center, and we've already had a discussion about that, and we may have another one. But I do have an email that I received today from Larry Baker that reads, I just want to share with you my discussion with the mayor relative to the assembly work session and the legislative program. Meg, as I stated on the record during the meetings, we support your proposed amendment as we feel it relates to the capacities of the navigation center. It states the intended capacity as we have discussed during the facilitation meetings and the time of year it is most likely the additional capacity will be needed. We strongly oppose Forrest's amendment to reduce the size of the center to 150 and surge capacity of 50. That's the navigation center. This is not what we've agreed to in our facilitation group. This proposed amendment would then conflict the already passed ordinance. As to Forrest's second amendment to divide the request into 3 buckets, we have no objection as that is consistent with our overall agreement, and I think it fits into our overall long-range plan. And so when I stated we had heard from the administration, I was simply stating the facts as I had them at the time. And I want to clarify clearly, if you look at this list, the navigation center doesn't have a number, and this line is for the special needs population shelter, which is a totally different deal than the navigation center, and I personally believe that the cap is fair.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Dembowski?
Madam Chair, I don't think I was in the queue.
Okay, it's showing up here.
I'm in the queue. Maybe you meant Jamie.
Actually, let's see. Oh, no worries. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am pulled up. It was on the Assembly's Committee for Housing and Homelessness implementation update. I think it's 1/18/22. That update out of facilitation says special populations capacity for approximately 200 beds is needed. I see see that coming out of the facilitation. However, I think what Mr. Dunbar's amendment does, and this is why I don't oppose taking it out, is it takes it a step further. By adding housing, it says that some of that capacity could be met through housing, which is the true and lasting solution. And it still says a shelter for up to 150. What could result here is, quite frankly, multiple steps along the continuum. I think this is a good iteration of the work that's come out of facilitation. You would hope that it would be dynamic and where opportunity arises, particularly opportunity toward solutions beyond shelter would be available, that we would put those forward. So I don't support Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment for that reason, and I still think it's in line with the intent of the facilitation, which is to find the capacity to serve folks, whether that's through shelter or housing, particularly when we talk about special populations, including elders. There's a significant dearth of elder housing. And so I think that this is a smart move, and it's a good step forward from where we're at in where they're at in facilitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I oppose Mr. Weddleton's amendment to the amendment, and I'll say for a couple reasons. One, the notion that this added limitation on the special population shelter within this $15 million request is somehow a violation of the facilitated process just can't be true. This has nothing. This certainly tackles similar issues to the facilitated process, but this specific spending item was never discussed in the facilitated process. Nor, I believe, have we really drilled down, as Mr. Constant pointed out, to specific numbers when it comes to the special populations facility. We have done some of that work on the other facility, which I have another amendment for that we'll talk about. But for now, we're talking about this other one. Now, Mr. Weddleton, you talked about there's nothing magical about the number 150. That's true. There's nothing magical about any number, right? But there is something legal about 150. We wrote it into our code. We wrote it into our code where you have to get a variance to go above 150. And if you remember why we did that, because at the same time we were passing another ordinance that opened the B3 zoning up to potentially have homelessness facilities. And so it was a good faith effort for our community to say, we're going to open up B3, but we're going to limit it to these smaller shelters. No site has been selected yet for the special populations. And I think the population, certainly in my area, and I imagine if you spoke to your neighborhoods too, if you asked them, we passed 150 limit and B3. Would you be okay with us putting instead a 200 person facility in B3 in your neighborhood? I think you would get pretty strong pushback on that. And I think that would be justified too. I mean, I don't doubt that there are some facilities in other cities that have worked at larger numbers. Our example here, for better or worse, is the Brother Francis shelter that had 240 individuals. And, I really respect the work that the people there did. But it was clear that it didn't fit. That number of people was problematic for the people, the clients that were living there, for the staff, and for the neighborhood. And so I think 150, it's not magic, it's just the law. And it came with our good faith efforts to put cabins around our reformation to the B3 zoning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
I just saw John tap his little screen over there to speak, and I'm really interested in what he has to say, and then I'll follow up if that's okay, Madam Chair. I'll stay in queue behind Mr. Weddleton, please.
Sure. Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you. To address Mr. Dunbar's comments, but I'd say a couple points. One is we did not say there would be no shelters over 150. We just said to take a variance to increase, whereas this says nothing over 150, which would not really follow what we did. And this is a special new limit that is simply being discussed right now here. We already have that limit with the 150 with the variance. It's already dealt with. So to put it in here seems not the appropriate forum to make a fairly significant switch in policy. If this document would ever be used for policy, it's simply a legislative request. But yeah, it's puzzling. I just don't see that this limit stated here would be appropriate. particularly that we don't have that 150-bed limit in Anchorage. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a kind reminder that we do have approximately 200 individuals in the Aviator Hotel. We've been at this for 6 years and 7 months. And in saying that, every time somebody brings up, well, I bet you wouldn't want one of these in your neighborhood, a homeless shelter, I'd also like to say we have laws in place to prevent that from happening. But when you sit there and say we want to have an affordable housing for individuals that are in need, when you limit the space they're available to have for us to help them, that's telling 50 individuals, sorry, we don't have the space for you. We'll think about that later. So we can't even give them a hand up to get them into the proper facilities or the proper rehab or into affordable housing themselves. So I think limiting is detrimental to individuals. We're here to help. We're here to get them off the street and saying 150 beds is better. That's an arbitrary number. I have no scientific proof. It's a magic number. And I would urge you guys to support Mr. Whittleton's amendment, please. And by the way, Madam Chair, can I call on Ms. Domboski? Because I think there's some clarification that I'm a little bit confused on where Mr. Baker was coming from on his stand.
I will come back to you, Ms. Allard. I'm going to go through the queue for folks who haven't spoken yet.
Well, that was the first time I actually spoke on it. Can I do my follow-up with the administration, please?
Okay, we'll do a quick question. That technically counts as two things,
and I
a
won't say
comment,
another comment.
and
Yeah, just like
and it's not our
everybody else.
practice. Go ahead, though. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Baker isn't generally as supportive as Mr. Constant indicated and Mr. Whittleton indicated, is not listing those specifically, like 150 on the navigation center. That is true. But some of the concern that is coming from the administration is really about now we are fundamentally getting into some details that haven't been quite covered in the facilitation group. So it's like you're getting us to try to commit to something without and bypassing the process. And so you're seeing a reaction from the administration. In part, it's frustration because they've gone through so many hundreds of hours of doing this, and now Mr. Baker is, on the phone, and Mr. Drace is on the phone, and we would urge support for Mr. Whittleton's amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments. I'm a bit confused by the concern around it. This is a legislative priorities document. This is not policy, and it fits in line with our intention. We've been saying for a while that the 150 is typically the intention that we have. Now we may, in some cases, go beyond that, but that's really the intention. And I actually think it makes the document more compelling. I think that legislators that see that are more inclined to feel like that this is something that they want to support because it's in line with our intention and the communication that we've been doing so far. So I'm not in support of this amendment. I think that putting the 150 intention for this special population is fine, and I think it lines up with what we've been saying all along in terms of our intention for these kinds of facilities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. We just heard a suggestion that this amendment is bypassing the process. I want to put very plainly into the record a $15 million ask for a large shelter project directly bypassed the process. The initiating action of bypassing the process was laying on the table a legislative work project with $15 million for a mass shelter that didn't, in fact, come through that process. The members of this side of the table did not take any kind of position that, well, we can't deal with this or this was a violation, because in the end, we want to work with you and figure these things out. But I want to make sure that the record is very clear. The bypassing of the process happened when a $15 million proposal was laid on the table of this body and didn't come before that group. You will not find one pixel of information that demonstrates this made it through that process in any way that was even mentioned, at least that I was in the room. I guess I could have missed that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I just want to note we have 5 minutes left, and we have another amendment after this. Seeing no other, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
No, I was just getting in there.
For the next, okay.
I move to extend debate by 15 minutes.
Second.
Okay, motion has
Second.
been made to extend debate by 15 minutes by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Constant, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, we are extended another 15 minutes for debate. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which would strike in the third bullet the last sentence, a special population shelter would not exceed capacity of 150 beds.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
She's absent. Okay.
The amendment to the amendment fails 2-8. We are now back to Dunbar Amendment number 2. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think all of this, the whole amendment, is a little troublesome. I appreciate what Mr. Perez-Verdia said about trying to give as much detail, but at the same time, so much of the detail, I think, is part of our internal discussion. And I'm really wrestling with whether or not this kind of detail actually locks us into something from the legislative perspective where they would put parameters or attach strings to some of this, that we end up losing the flexibility that we might need to implement our own strategic plan. So to a certain extent, I don't think we ought to be building a program that has so much detail to it that we actually lose the kind of flexibility that we need. So I'm kind of puzzled why we're not leaving this more broad, especially when we have all the components that are basically in these 3 bullet points are already included in the narrative in the legislative priority document. So I'm going to move an amendment. It's not printed, but it's simple. So I move that to amend the amendment to strike the term 5 million for from each of the 3 billion, or from each of the 3 bullet points, so that we outline the particular projects that the money would be going for, but we're not trying to say specifically that we're going to spend this much on this and that much on that, but just to leave it as the 3 components to the strategic plan, but without the dollar amount.
Second.
So an amendment to the amendment has been made by Ms. Kennedy and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. The amendment to the amendment would strike 5 million for from each of the 3 bullets. Is that correct, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
I will go through the queue on the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, that is exactly what I was going to propose, and it's very important that we do this. And one reason is this, we need to be able to mix this in different ways. Workforce and permanent supportive housing, we are poised and in the process of buying the Barrett Inn, and I fully expect to have that bought before the legislatures got out of bed. And if we get in July or whatever, we would get 5 million for something we've already done, well, now what do we do? And special populations may be more than 5 million, and we may want to shift it to there, but we need the flexibility here. So I am fully supportive of emphasizing that this money is for a variety of projects, and I would have gone and done the full slate of the 5 various types, but this is fine. But we would really be hurting ourselves if we got something from the legislature and said $5 million has to go to something you already did. And then we would be short for other projects. So I really don't think we've hurt the impact and importance of this amendment by taking the 5 million, the exact splits out. So please support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose this amendment, and I'll give you a couple of reasons why. One, I think, Mr. Weddleton, I think there's a misunderstanding there about the workforce housing. So even if we do purchase and close on the Barrett Inn, the estimate we got from the administration last week is we still have a shortage of 210 units. So I think that there still is a tremendous need, even if we close on the Barrett Inn. So I don't think this amount of money will solve any of these issues completely. So I would be very surprised if we overshot the mark on any of these. But I think it gives us a significant chunk of funding for each. And I think it's important. I think it shows good faith that we are asking for multiple different paths, multiple different parts of the solution, just like we did with that $6 million that we split 3 ways. And it leaned a little bit more towards, the largest single component was the Mayor's Navigation Center, but it was at least comparable, and I think that that's important. The idea, what Ms. Kennedy said about this being too specific, this is actually broader. The most specific proposal was the one the mayor brought. He said $15 million for this building, $15 million for a navigation center. That's the only thing we're going to ask for, the only thing we can spend it on. So this broadens the amount of things that we can spend it on. And I don't think that $5 million, we're going to find ourselves in a situation where we've overshot the mark on any of these 3 critical areas. Thank you, Madam Chair. So please oppose the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dunbar covered a few of my points, primarily that this isn't enough money in any one of these categories. And if I was receiving this request without some sort of division or knowing how the local jurisdiction wished to spend these funds, if I was a legislator, I would be looking at, well, what's potentially the most impactful investment? Maybe not knowing Anchorage, because we need to remember there's a portion of the legislature that isn't from Anchorage, and that would be housing. So you run the risk of moving all $15 million into housing. I can't say that that would necessarily be a bad outcome in the long-term scheme of things. The flip side to that is that would frustrate the mass care exit strategy. So I think what we have here is an enhancement or a furtherance of the mass care exit strategy, but by not indicating how much for each plank of that plan, we could actually end up with kind of a good-bad outcome where we have money for housing, but housing takes a lot of work to bring online and won't be something that we can utilize perhaps as quickly in moving forward with the mass care exit strategy. So I oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When putting a capital budget together, the legislature is always trying to look for details. It's easy to throw out a number, $100 million for this, $50 million for that, but if you break it, the further you break it down, the better chance you have of getting buy-in and votes from legislators and from the experience that I've had. And so I would appreciate people not voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment to delete $5 million from each of the 3 bullets on Dunbar Amendment number 2.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Salatel?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
The amendment to the amendment fails 4-7. We are now back on Dunbar Amendment number 2. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Dunbar Amendment number 2.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 8-3. Mr. Dunbar?
Madam Chair.
Ms.
Yeah.
Zimboski?
Patrick Burke, for the record, the mayor vetoes Dunbar proposed amendment number 2.
Move to override.
Second.
Second.
A motion to override Dunbar Amendment Number 2 has been made by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to override the mayoral veto of Dunbar Amendment Number 2.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to override the mayoral veto of Dunbar Amendment Number 2 passes 8-3. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Dunbar Amendment Number 1.
Second for purposes of discussion.
Dunbar Amendment Number 1 has been moved by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amends the previously passed cap going from a 330-bed facility to a 200-bed facility, or specifically 150 beds with 50 beds of surge, or 50 spaces of surge. There's a variety of reasons. You've heard most of them tonight. You've got very detailed testimony from the Campbell Creek Community Council representative. The University Area Community Council representative sent an email. It was rather short. I informed him just today that this was happening, and he didn't realize that we were taking this vote. And I think it speaks to the difference between this process and what we've been doing in months prior. Because this came in this form, it wasn't a public hearing item. It got put before us pretty quickly without going through the facilitated process. I think it caught a lot of people unawares. If folks realized that a 330-bed facility or a 200-bed with 130 surge, but we were already talking about the need to immediately surge it, the idea that that was coming into this neighborhood, I think you would see a lot more testimony, as we've seen in the past. I won't rehash the points about the fact that this is our best practice that we've talked about in the past, that we have done that we have put into our code when we amended the B3. And again, I just urge folks to support this. And I'll say with regards to the facilitated process, again, Mr. Constant said it very well. The facilitated process did not produce this particular capital request. This is a separate track. But I'll also say the facilitated process does not bind members of this assembly. And I hope you're starting to hear from folks in the community, from the many community councils that have passed resolutions about this, from the people that will be immediately affected, that a smaller shelter, they believe, is better for both the residents in terms of outcome and for the neighborhood. And so I think 150 with a 50 surge is a more appropriate size, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully debate on this amendment doesn't take too long, because we have, I think, hashed this out several times over the last many months. So, each time that we have this debate, I continue to weigh keeping sort of fidelity to the facilitated process and listening to the concerns of my neighbors and following best practice. And so all of these things, they're all factors to consider. And, I will say for me, each time we have this discussion, I tend to go a little bit more towards Mr. Dunbar's proposition, although I have voted against it each time that he has brought it forward. I do have one question, though, and in my style, it's going to be going to both sides of the facilitated process. If this amendment were approved and just based off of what's happened today, the mayor vetoed it and that veto was overridden, which I don't know if all of those things will actually happen. How would this change the work of the facilitated process? I think that is, for me, crux to my ability to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. If this amendment passes, the entire facilitated agreement, as far as the administration is concerned, is over. All terms will be not complied with at that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. And I understand, Mr. Rivera, you want to hear also from the Assembly members who are part of the facilitated process. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. If that's the starting point, maybe it's time for that. Maybe it's time to be done and go back to our corners and unpeel all the damage done by bad faith. But for my part, my words were given at the beginning of this process that I would support the process, and for my part, the process has set it at 200 and 130. And so I can't, in good faith, for my one vote, go against my word. But I'm certainly tempted to when I hear people make statements like, if I don't get my way, I'm taking my toys home and I'm going to go. And so for me, the process is more important than the personalities. My word is still my bond.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And was that why you were in the queue? Yes. I'll go to Mr. Weddleton to respond to Mr. Rivera's question.
I think this is clearly in opposition to what we did ultimately agree to unanimously as a way forward to exit mass care at the Sullivan. I think homelessness will always be with us, and I would never give up no matter what happens. But, this is, one, unnecessary, and two, it is in direct opposition to kind of where we are in that delicate balance. And I would say that the process has been a good faith process that I'm still comfortable with. And I don't think coming forth with this, broader legislative request for $15 million is in any way not in good faith with that. I mean, we know we don't have the money to do what we said we would do, and we knew that when we approved that in October, and that we would need the money. And this $15 million is certainly in that rough order of magnitude that, I've carried with me throughout the process. So I don't see it as a sign of bad faith. I think it's part of the process, and I think the state should pitch in too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Rivera, does that answer your question?
I appreciate all of those responses to a degree. I guess just one final comment. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to be voting on this amendment. I've put a lot of thought into it. And, however I vote, I guess I just will reiterate that this assembly, what Mr. Dunbar stated, this assembly is not bound to the facilitated process, but as much as we can, we should respect that work. And so if I do vote for this amendment, it should not be seen as a sign of disrespect for this facilitated process, but simply a disagreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm struggling to not react to the statement by the mayor because it was profoundly disappointing to me. I think that, this is a resolution. This is a communication to the state about our priorities. This is not policy. This is not a decision about the size of a facility. And I would hope that when we get closer to that point where we're designing and looking at these things, that we can have a thoughtful debate about how many people should be in a shelter or in a facility. And then we can do that based on good information and based on community input. This is not that process. This is simply a communication about where we're at. So I'm not even sure why we're laying out the size of the facilities in this communication, but we're having this sort of pre-debate. I would agree with Mr. Rivera that I have been excited about what's happened in this facilitated process, because in this environment we have struggled, the Assembly and the administration, to come to the table and work on things together. And this was one example where we're doing that, and there's progress that is being made. And there are going to be times when that's going to be challenging, and that's just part of the process. So I really don't want to disrupt that process, and I would hope that that process would can continue and yield good things for this city. So I really don't believe that by approving this or not approving this, it's any indication of a decision about what size this facility will be. This is not the place to make that decision. But that leaves me in a very difficult place because we have it in front of us. And so I'm, like one of my colleagues said, I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this, because I want this facilitated process to continue. I think it's been successful. And I'm disheartened by those that would, because of one thing, throw it all out. And so I'm going to be thinking about this very hard as I ponder how I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Before I move on to the next 4 people in the queue, we have exceeded our time for debate again. Could I get a motion to extend, please?
Move to extend to midnight.
The debate?
Move to extend debate by 10 minutes.
Second.
Okay, dodged a bullet there. A motion has been made to extend debate for 10 minutes by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, we are extended another 10 minutes for debate. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Keeping that time in mind, I will try to make my comments quick, but a few things. First, I think it's good to step back here and realize at what the problem we're trying to solve here, and that's how do we transition, about 800 people experiencing homelessness into some placement when mass care facilities close. And no one plank of this facilitated agreement can do that. When the exit strategy was brought forward and adopted, the homeless prevention response system was in one particular posture, and assumptions and presumptions were made based off of what we knew then. What we know now is that this is a very fluid and dynamic system, and as we continue to make investments in this system, others invest in it as well. Things we've learned during facilitation is that other providers are bringing on additional resources in sheltering as we move through. So capacity continues to be something that is very dynamic. And I will say, excuse me, in terms of the mayor's statement, I would ask that he take a pause, because to simply say we would be done with facilitation would be to move away from so much public-private partnership, so much investment amongst so many people, whether that's time, energy, goodwill, or, hard-earned cash that is moving forward 2 planks of this program almost to completion. It's very exciting. A complex care shelter is on the cusp, as is potentially 93 units of permanent supportive housing and workforce housing. These are no small feats, and in very short timelines. Similarly, we wouldn't want to move away from the possibility of a navigation center. I think the full terms of it are yet to be determined because we haven't yet seen the RFP, the design, and I hear the community's concern about a large shelter. So taking all of that into consideration, I don't think that any one move we make until we approve a design contract, quite frankly, puts the number in cement. It remains fluid, and we should have a full examination of what the system assets are going to be when we get to that point. That said, I, as an assembly member, when we first moved through and brought forward the exit strategy, did agree to that number I originally brought in the amendment. Right now, I stand beside that number, knowing we need to do the fuller examination as these other assets are brought forward so that all assembly members are fully briefed and fully understand what the need is when it is time to make a formal commitment to a location or building, choosing a design and building something. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still sitting here trying to gather my thoughts because I heard something that just really disturbed me. And, and that is the idea that assembly members aren't bound to the negotiated agreement. And I certainly thought that that's what we were doing when we passed it. I don't blame the mayor for his reaction to that because I'm stunned as well. But it really concerns me that we would go to the extent that we have, and and like the rest of the members here, I trusted the three people to work through that difficult process, and I know everybody had reason to be upset with it, but we came to an agreement. And now to think that, well, we can throw part of that away and that won't be a problem is just not true. And I think most of us understand that you break a contract, it actually allows the other party in that contract to have no further obligation to uphold their end of the bargain either. So it makes sense to me that if one party negates the contract, then the other party's off the hook as well. So I'm still trying to wrestle with how that fits in with what we're trying to do here. And I think one of the things that Mr. Perez-Verdia said was that this isn't policy, it's not a decision, and I think that's very true. This particular amendment really, you have to give Mr. Dunbar credit for being persistent in this one cause, but I think to a certain extent having this kind of conversation basically is kind of pointless and irrelevant, and if it's not necessary, if this isn't something, if this isn't the hill that a couple of people are willing to die on, then I think we just say no. And so I would urge a no vote on this amendment, and hopefully we can save what I thought was actually a process that we were all maybe struggling with a little bit, but we're getting through it. And we all know it's a little bit of give and take, but to just keep trying to push this through again and again, I don't think serves us well. And and it's certainly possible that somewhere down the road something changes and both parties agree to that, and that would be worth the discussion. But for right now, to try to go to the place where we're actually going to consider breaking what I believe was a negotiated contract in good faith. I appreciate Mr. Constant's comment about sticking to his word. I think we need to just say no and let this question kind of go away. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess maybe a few of us here are a little bit old school. When you negotiate, you come to an agreement, you stick by your word. Mr. Constance mentioned that. I think John Weddleton has alluded to that. I guess this doesn't surprise us. We thought this might happen, but as we got over the last 6 months, and we got into the negotiated process, we were encouraged by the good faith effort of Mr. Constant, Mr. Weddleton, Ms. Zalatel, and it seemed to be going pretty well. But I have to take issue with some language. I was told here tonight, just moments ago, that somehow I am not getting my way and taking my ball and go home. That's the nature of negotiation and the deal. I keep my word. In my administration, I've directed, we will stick to the negotiated settlement assiduously. We will do that. I was told I need to take a pause here by Ms. Altel, and this is a fluid and dynamic situation, and we need to be open to the possibility of a NAB center, and this isn't written in cement. Well, if it's not written in cement, or it is, it's written in the same cement that the Barrett Inn and the Sockeye Inn, because the deal stands in its entirety or it fails in its entirety. I have that authority. I'll exercise that authority. All I'm asking here is that what John and Meg and Chris negotiated in over 1,000 hours with my team, we stick with the deal. And a deal's a deal. We may not like it. I don't like parts of it. But my administration can go alone on this. And we will. And so this, I just have to take issue with possibly 5 months of work, 6 months of work, over 1,000 hours of negotiations being wasted here tonight. Mr. Presvedia mentioned that, well, this isn't policy. These numbers don't lock us in. Well, then why change them? These are what you negotiated, and it's the 11th hour, and we make a change, and I'm right back to where I was 5 months ago. They're gonna change the deal at the last second. I thought I was wrong. I was happy to be wrong. Guess what? I probably wasn't wrong. I thank Mr. Weddleton for his comments here in support of this tonight, and I urge that we stick with the deal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. We have exceeded our time for debate, and so we are all going to take a pause. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We've got more people stacked up in the queue, about 5, and we'll come back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. This is not.
No agreement. Right. There's a facilitated process. Everything, but in order for us to approve, we have to vote.
Oops. Okay, if members could please take their seats, we'll go ahead and resume. Before we proceed, since we have exceeded our time for debate, could I get a motion to extend debate, please?
Move to extend debate by 20 minutes.
Second. Madam Chair.
A motion has been made to extend debate by 20 minutes by Mr. Dunbar and seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, we are extended for debate for 20 minutes.
Just a point of privilege.
Actually, I will, okay, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I just would like to extend an apology for throwing a jab when I should have kept my mouth shut in the process of trying to get through this difficult debate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mayor Bronson.
Madam Chair, I'd like to call the question.
Second.
It isn't that she didn't have the floor.
That is true. You could remind her of that and ask her to put herself.
She's next, actually.
So that is irrelevant to some degree.
I will go ahead and recognize you, Ms. Allard. To call the question, you need to have the floor, and I hadn't recognized you yet. However, go ahead. You've made the motion, and it was seconded by Mr. Constant. So Ms. Allard has made the motion to call the question, which has been seconded. Shoot. One moment, please. Ms. Allard, I'm going to ask actually if you would rescind your motion. I will go to you next. And the reason for that is because actually Ms. Quinn Davidson was in the queue next, and she has not spoken at all during this item.
I'll respect that, Madam Chair.
I will go to you after Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Same.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Ms. Allard as well. I really appreciate that. It can be incredibly difficult being a member of this body, as we all know, and one of the things that's so difficult is to go through months of conversations where we all agree on factual premises, right? So one of those has been 3 people represent us at the facilitated group, but those 3 people do not speak for the entire assembly, and that any proposal would always have to come back to the entire assembly. We've talked about that in Rules Committee. We've talked about it at basically every homelessness vote we've had. We've talked about it when the facilitated process has been discussed by the body. And so to hear Ms. Kennedy say she was stunned that people might have opinions outside of the facilitated process, or to have the mayor say that, you know, we're not keeping our word. I didn't make any word. The word I have is to my constituents and to the city and to a process that I've been involved in far longer than some people who are speaking tonight, that I'm committed to. And I'm committed to doing the right thing, and I'm committed to listening to residents and constituents. So I do appreciate the process. I do. And I know it's taken a lot of work on all sides, and it's impressive. But we still have opinions based in fact, and also based, in experts, and based on what our residents tell us, that we need to bring to the table. And that's our job as the Assembly. So no one should be stunned. No one should think anybody's not keeping their word. We're doing our best to do right by residents in Anchorage. And in my opinion, that includes scattered small sites across the city, just like so many community councils have told us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Allard?
Madam Chair, I call the question.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Allard to call the question, and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to call the question.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to call the question passes 9-2. This now brings the vote on Dunbar Amendment Number 1 to the body. Without further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Dunbar Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Dunbar Amendment Number 1 fails 3-8. We now have the main motion to approve AR 2022-15 as amended. I'm clearing the queue because the folks in the queue were from the prior amendment. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-15 as amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
11A passes 10-1. We now have before us item 11B. Ordinance number AO 2022-20, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter regarding filling vacancies on the Assembly and in the office of the mayor. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of, that should say, January 19, 2022. Action was postponed from the January 19, 2022 meeting. This item was carried over from that meeting and actually appears on the addendum. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Weddleton to approve the S version. It has been seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I move Weddleton or Kennedy Amendment Number 2.
Second.
It just for there, I had an Amendment Number 1 that I chose not to move, so start with 2.
So Kennedy Amendment Number 2 has been moved by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
I think, Ms. Kennedy, would you like to speak to it? Would that be appropriate?
I'd be glad to, and thank you, Madam Chair, if I may. Thank you. This amendment hopefully addresses the whole conversation that we had in regard to when and if to hold a special election, and I hope everyone will see that it helps to eliminate voter confusion and actually lays out a pretty specific and succinct process. Basically, the amendment, if you look at the ordinance or the amendment itself, adds a section down there, down in Section C, so the Section 2, subsection C. And I'm going to try to follow through on this to make sure that we keep everything understandable. If a vacancy occurs in the office of the mayor, the chair of the assembly shall serve as acting mayor until a successor is elected and takes office. And the acting mayor has the veto power but may not vote on assembly action. The assembly by ordinance shall provide for further succession to the office of acting mayor. So we're not changing any of that. But we're adding the sentence that an elected successor shall serve the balance of the term and shall take office 30 days after certification of the election. So we're moving up that whole concept about the idea that if this is somebody that is taking the place or filling in the end of a vacated term, that person basically takes office 30 days at the end of the election, whether that be a regular election or a special election or even a runoff. A vacancy in the office of mayor shall be filled through a special election held no sooner than 90 days, but not more than 120 after the occurrence of the vacancy, and this is where it gets fun. Except, if it's in the first year of the mayor's term of office when the vacancy occurs, less than 150 days remain until the next regular election, the vacancy shall not be filled, and the acting mayor shall serve until the person elected mayor to a new term takes office. If there are less than 270 days and 150 days or more until the next regular election, the vacancy shall be filled through a special election held no sooner than 90 days and not more than 120 days after the occurrence of the vacancy. And the elected successor shall serve the balance of the term and the next full term. Charter Section 5.01 notwithstanding. There shall be no election for mayor at the next regular election. This particular part of the amendment is exactly why this has to go before the voters, because this changes a portion of charter specifically. And then the second part, if the vacancy occurs 90 days or more but less than 150 days before the next regular election, a successor may be elected through the regular election. So there's a couple of points that I want to bring out kind of in the process, and I'm trying to find my notes here real quick. If you look at how the process actually works out, it's easier to kind of look at it in this terms. I know there was a comment during our work session that mentioned that there's so many ifs and thens. Well, there's not really. There's only three. But I'll put it in these terms, and I believe there is some information with this same explanation on it in the front of the amendment where it talks about proposed purposes. If you'll look at the section in the bottom, some comments that look at this view as not being complicated and confusing, and here's why. Basically what happens if a vacancy in the position of mayor occurs 150 days or less from the date of a regular election, the vacancy is not filled except as a result of the regular election. So in other words, this is talking about a time frame that would typically be November of a year before a regular mayoral election. If a vacancy occurs more than 150 days before a regular election, a special election will be held. So this is really helping to define and not leave it so ambiguous in terms of when we would actually be required to have a regular or a special election. Then if the vacancy occurs less than 200 days, which is basically 9 months out before the regular election, the special election takes the place of the upcoming regular election for that position and that year only, with the winner of the special election filling the remainder of the vacated term and the upcoming 3-year term. So this maintains the normal mayoral election cycle. We never get off track of the mayoral cycle. All rules for a runoff election and certification processes will apply as usual. The winner of the special election would take office 30 days after certification or as soon as practicable, so there's some leeway in there. And then neither a regular or special election shall be held sooner than that 90 days after the vacancy is declared. And this is already basically a rule in charter that we're all very familiar with. There are lots of advantages to this. but I'd rather at this point kind of let people ask some questions and then go back to several of the advantages that I've been able to list. I think I've got about 9 of them. So anyway, but if there's any specific questions about how the process actually works. And again, I said this several times at the work session, if you have a calendar in front of you, it helps. But anyway, certainly would like to take some questions or maybe give Mr. Weddleton a chance to comment too at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton, did you want to comment now?
No, I guess I'll go with the plan. Let's just hear what other people think. I think it's a good proposal, and we'll see what people think. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for Ms. Kennedy, but also a gentle reminder to Mr. Weddleton when he's speaking to speak near the mic. I only catch about every third word. So my question on the amendment is, I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly that in one of these time calculations, particularly in one subsection B, that if that timing works out, the special election held negates what would have been the regular election. Is that a fair understanding of how that clause works?
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Ms. Zalatel, I'm not sure I understood your question.
Okay, so if the circumstance in 1B exists where there's going to be a special election, the elected successor shall serve the balance of the term, so the term of the mayor that the special election was for, and then the next full term, which would have typically been elected through a regular election. Is that a right understanding of how that works?
Yes, that is correct. And that's basically built into this whole concept in order to keep us from bumping up against multiple elections. So in other words, if
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I just want to make sure I was understanding the applicability.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to repeat the question I asked at the work session. Did anyone ever hear back from APOC regarding the replacement of a regular election with a special election? And I'll just say that during the last mayoral, I know that on my team we were worried that if there was a special election that the funds in the regular election wouldn't be able to be used. And so I just need to know that it's a very important point. And again, I'm not actually opposed to any of this kind of in concept. I just want to make sure we have the details. And I'll just say for the makers of this motion and the overall proposal, if this gets delayed till February, you'll miss this ballot, but we could pass it and put it on the next ballot. I know that's not what you want. But it would be and this is a long-term charter change, and so it's 10 o'clock at night. So anyway, is there an answer to the APOC question?
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think Mr. Weddleton can chime in on this too, but the dilemma you described already exists. And APOC actually, we have the ability to have a special election now, which could muddy the water in the middle of campaigns. But I think Mr. Weddleton's had a little more of a conversation, so I'm sure he has more to add. Thank you.
I guess I can add more, but I don't really get past that. I spoke with someone at APOC yesterday, and he said, yes, this is a challenge. He would send it up to a supervisor who might be able to flesh it out more, and I haven't heard back yet. But ultimately, what Ms. Kennedy says is true. As we looked at it, we said we're already in this problem because someone running for mayor can start fundraising 18 months before the election, so that's half of the term. So pretty much for half of any mayor's term, can you hear me okay, Ms. Zalatel? Sorry, I'll try to pay attention here. For half of a mayor's term, people can be setting themselves up for that problem. So we have that problem and we need to solve it. And I'm ready to say that's a separate issue, but we need to get a ruling from APOC saying a mayor election is a mayor election, whether it's regular or special, and you could blend those funds. Otherwise, we're in a pickle anytime we would have a special election.
Can I respond to that?
Follow-up? Yes.
It is true that problem exists, but unless I'm misunderstanding the proposal here, it seems like this would very much exacerbate it. Because what you're talking about, yes, we could have a special election followed by a regular election. You could have done a lot of fundraising for that regular election. And so maybe you would lose that special election, but you'd still be in the race for the regular election. They'd have to run again. But what Ms. Kennedy's proposal does, I think, is eliminates the regular election. And so all that money and work you did for that regular election, those funds would be stranded, and there'd be no way to use them on the only election that now matters. So that's my concern.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for explaining the amendment, Ms. Kennedy. I won't be supporting the amendment, and I won't be supporting the underlying item either. I find this whole process to have been very flawed. I actually don't have any problem with considering whether we want to make these changes, but I think the issue here is that this is, Mr. Constant said it well, I think, that this is a pretty serious issue to change the charter. We should have been having this conversation 2 or 3 months ago. When we put the alcohol tax, when we put that forward, we spent months leading up to it. I am sort of, to use Ms. Kennedy's word, a little stunned that this would be dropped on all of us. Just reading the amendment now, we don't have answers to APOC. There hasn't been a lot of public input because documents have arrived late. So I would be happy to sort of dive into this and really spend some time as a body, but there's no way I can support something that's rushed and I think, frankly, just not very well thought out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. And I'm going to go through the queue, and I will start with the members who haven't spoken yet. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Like I suggested at the work session, I can't support the amendment. I can't support the underlying item, not because I don't want to put an end cap on the timeline for filling a vacancy in the office of the mayor, but because this proposal is very complex, and the mover just said, well, it's not complex, it's simple, and there are only 3 if-then situations in it. And that to me is, it's a lot, trying to figure out how this would function. If we think one sentence is confusing in the charter as it stands, adding all of this to the charter is equally or more confusing. And so I believe that all of this could be done in a code change if we were to want to do this, other than this idea of eliminating the regular election for the mayor, which raises the hair on the back of my neck thinking about us putting forward a proposal that would trigger something not having a mayoral election on the 3rd year in the cycle. And so for all of those reasons, I can't support the amendment, and I can't support the underlying item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Several weeks ago, I moved to introduce a couple of items and moved the introduction date to after the election. One of those items was something that I care deeply about and really wanted to bring forward because I thought it was very important, but we weren't ready. And I think that's where we are here. This is something that's very important. It's important to me that we get this right and that we spend the time to make sure that the language is right. I can't imagine how this would end up on a ballot and we would try to explain this to those that are going to make a decision about it. I think we need more time to work this. I really appreciate those that spent the time to work on this. And I think it's some really great work. I just think we need more time to make sure we get it right. So I'm not comfortable with the amendment. I'm not comfortable with the underlying item. So I will not be in support of either tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I move to postpone, please, until August 25th? I don't know. John gave me that date. Random date, but let's just do that, because here's the thing, and I want to explain on that if that's okay. the charter was in place before APOC, and it could be quite a conflict. And I don't think that we should base our charter around APOC. APOC should base their rules around us. So I would just like to move to postpone to August 25th until we can have further discussion and do this the right way. And we can have 5,000 meetings, which I'm sure is going to happen.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Thank
Was
you.
there a second to the motion? Ms. Kennedy seconded? No.
Second.
Mr. Perez-Verdia seconded the motion, and I believe that would be to move the item to the meeting of August 23rd? Okay. So I will, as Ms. Allard has already spoken to her motion, I will go back through the queue and see if you would like to speak on the motion to postpone. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll go ahead and speak on this. You know, and I will just say generally, you know, just writing on the wall based on what my colleagues have stated, I don't think this proposal was going to get support in its current form today. So I think a motion to postpone is appropriate. You know, generally when I talk to experts in our charter and about changes in our charter, the advice I always get is be very careful when you amend the charter. Do it as minimally as possible, and don't add complexity into the charter. And if there is something complex, do it in the code. So doesn't mean that our charter shouldn't be clarified, but I think this needs more work, and so I will be supporting the motion to postpone to August 23rd. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with the previous speaker that changes to the charter are really have long-term consequences and should be worked out and thought out and spent a decent amount of time on. I think this is just slightly a little bit too premature, and so I'm going to be voting in favor of the postponement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two comments. I generally support the motion to postpone. I'll say one, you know, as much as I want to agree with Ms. Allard's statement that we should look to the charter more than APOC. APOC is based on state law, and the supremacy clause does apply to us. The state law trumps our law, whether we want it to or not, and often we don't want it to. The second point is to the makers of the original the ordinance. I'm sensitive to the fact that some of you might not run for re-election or might be concerned about it. And so I want to postpone, but I'm also, if you ask us to, I will at least vote to support you if you want to do it sooner, if you want to do it in March or sometime like that. Because even if we pass it in February or March, you could still set it out to 2023, obviously. So I guess neither of you are in the queue, but if you get in the queue, I will be a sympathetic ear. If not, I will just vote for this motion to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dunbar actually said what I was going to say, which is, if Crystal wants to work on this before she leaves us, I don't want to say it that way, before she leaves the body, I'd be happy to move this to March or something. I don't think it needs to be so far out. I just want more time with it before I'd be comfortable voting for something that would, involve a charter change. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate all the thoughts on this and the sentiments. This did come together relatively quickly, but I will say in defense of it that I really do believe that this is quite definitive and decisive and would actually help deal with the two biggest challenges that I think we have when it comes to how we deal with a mayoral vacancy. We don't have so much trouble with school board members and assembly members, but I think we can all agree that the mayoral one really left a lot of lack of real guidance. So that's what this does, and I would say that the two biggest challenges are basically having multiple elections that overlap that inadvertently, just because of the nature of having to back things up a certain amount of time and the certain amount of time it takes to actually go through the full process of an election, you have to be really, really careful. And we've got to figure out ways to kind of deal with that in such that we can actually keep from having all this chaos of multiple people being in the mayoral position and having all the transitions. So keep that in mind. And then, obviously there was a lot of concern about the expanded amount of time by which there wasn't a mayor in the seat, and we were filling it as assembly members. So anyway, those are the two biggest challenges that anything that we do in terms of how to fill that vacancy are going to be related to. So I'm not going to oppose. I don't know, you're going to make me vote yes on postponing my own ordinance, but at the same time, this is not just mine. I mean, if anything, it has to be the public's. I mean, they're going to be the ones to vote on this. And so if you postpone it till August, you'll just have to listen to me come advocate for it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Mr. Friends.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Weddleton for the conversation. I am in support of postponing to August 23rd. I just wanted to note, after our work session, I suspected that given the complexity of some of the amendments and the ideas that were discussed at that work session, that it may not we may not be able to do this all tonight. And so I had asked Mr. Gates to prepare an amendment that would have only addressed the first line in section C concerning the language at least 90 days to change the from the held not less than 90 days. And I'm only saying this because it may affect the decision to postpone, thinking that we could come back to larger issues, but just perhaps clarify the language in that first sentence. And the reason for doing that is, while I know from the conversation at the work session too, and Mr. Constant, you laid on the table your ordinance earlier today that was set for public hearing later, or for next month, is that even though we can make those changes in code, and I think Mr. Weddleton, you've said this before too, the charter is confusing. And so that was the reason for that amendment. And then, as I mentioned in the work session, I also wanted to bring forward this amendment number 3 concerning a temporary appointment when the chair serves as acting mayor. However, I agree that making changes to the charter is potentially a very big thing and should be a broader discussion. So I'm in support of continuing the conversation and taking this up on August 23rd, but I realize that's maybe not speaking exactly directly to the motion to postpone, so I appreciate the members letting me explain a little bit about those 2 amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Let me just check the queue one more time. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, and I am not going to be supporting the motion to postpone. I think that this proposal it's too wild for me. We should be looking at the code, not the charter. We could clarify the charter. I understand the body will vote to postpone, and we can take this up in August, which is fine. But just from where I sit, it's a very interesting framework, but I just don't see how it's workable.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-20 to the meeting of August 23rd, 2022.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone passes 10-1. That brings us to new public hearings. We now have before us item 14A, ordinance number AO 2022-15, an ordinance authorizing a fourth ground lease extension between the municipality of Anchorage, Lesser, and Chugiak Senior Citizens, Inc., tenant, an Alaska nonprofit corporation, at less than fair market value.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. In response to 2022-15, I would like to add an amendment to this. I would like for a member of this body to put it forward. Amending line 42 on page 1 to read, striking at less than fair market value to read at fair market value. You have a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders of the corporation of the municipality of Anchorage, even though we are servicing what would be, this is listed on page 3 of your packet, line number 21, the land for a public purpose beneficial to the MOA. The MOA is we the people proper, all 250,000, not a select group in one part. So again, at fair market value, I would like an amendment. Again, I'm very concerned, line 27, AHFC funding requires the lease term to be 50 years. That's quite a long time to 2076. That's past my grandchildren that are unborn. So, take more mind. I don't know that the cost-benefit analysis is actually looked at enough here. I can't remember where the line is, but it states that the lease, the money that could be made by lease, oh no, that's a different one. Excuse me. Anyway, fair market value, and I would really like to look back at line item 21 on page 3, beneficial to the MOA. That should be to all the shareholders. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? And we are just verifying if we have anyone on the phone list for this item. There's one person on the phone list. Thank you.
Hello, this is Phil. Sorry I missed your call. Please leave a message.
Thank you, Ms. Honest. So we were unable to contact the one person who had signed up for phone testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-15.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 14A passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2022-16, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by non-competitive sale of HLB parcel 6-043, legally described as Lot 72, U.S. Survey 3042, Township 10 North, Range 2 East, Seward Meridian, PID 075-132-30, and the site of the Chugach National Forest Glacier Ranger District Headquarters to the United States Forest Service at fair market value.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public to speak, who wish to speak? Please come forward. State your name for the record and your area of the municipality in which you live or your community council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tim Charnon, C-H-A-R-N-O-N. I'm a district ranger for the U.S. Forest Service on the Chugach National Forest in Girdwood. I'm joined by our Forest Supervisor, Jeff Schramm, this evening. As you may be aware, the Forest Service currently leases the ranger station site in Girdwood. Our lease expires in 2023, and we seek approval to acquire the site at appraised market rates. We wish to acquire the site because a long-term, secure presence will allow us to better serve our forest communities and deliver benefits from our forest. Our present location allows many advantages in meeting our public service mission. The site allows convenient public access for information about the forest and the Girdwood community. It is centrally located to the many small businesses that make their livelihood from the forest. And it is home to our staff who maintain our trails, manage our fisheries, forecast avalanche conditions, and provide many other public services. Although the forest was established over 100 years ago, until 1988, our district programs were managed out of Anchorage. At that time, and with support from the community, we determined that we could better manage the forest by being part of the forest communities that we serve, and we moved to Girdwood at our present location. Since then, our forest programs have grown along with our investment in the community. Our key programs include visitor services, forest stewardship, and support to local businesses through our special uses program. I believe the value of these programs is best told by the people we serve. Many highlights of this are contained in your meeting packet from local outfitter and guides, commercial fishermen, resort managers, and nonprofit organizations. While we are both humbled and inspired by this public support, we believe that we can do even more to serve our community through acquisition of the site. Acquisition would provide dedicated public access to area trails and allow for potential development of a trailhead for the Iditarod National Historic Trail. It would allow stability, not just for forest employees, but also for our local businesses, especially those dependent on the forest, to make informed investment decisions. And it would allow the site control needed for capital investment projects, including the critical need for additional employee housing and potentially decrease our pressure on the limited housing market in Girdwood. Most importantly, a secure long-term presence helps our agency be responsive to local needs. We thank you for your consideration and your support in helping us achieve our mission.
Thank you for your testimony. And thank you both for being here tonight and sticking through to the end. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. Firstly, I'd like to state to the body that as a federal taxpayer, I don't appreciate you making our federal workers stay here till 10:27 at night. So respectfully, gentlemen, thank you. I know you were probably being paid, but still thank you. So page 1, my first concern, line 27, it says, projected present value of a sale outweighs the net present value of a projected lease income. So I asked members of the administration, by this logic, should we sell all the land in the Heritage Land Bank right now? Because the market value of the land is pretty expensive right now. Another concern I had is when I went to search the parcel ID listed 075-132-30, utilizing the property appraisal tool on the municipal website, it came back with a 0 valuation, had no numbers. And so I'm kind of at a loss as to what the fair market value actually is. I wish that would be on page 1. A nice assessment from 2 independent parties, one from the municipality, one from the federal government. Those can be compared. With regards to building extra federal housing, I would like to reference, in reference to the 3rd Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, no soldier shall be quartered. I don't want federal workers in my city. We're a home rule municipality. The federal government has too many workers here. You have Department of Protective Services, Department of Homeland Security, FBI, CIA. We got a few members from the CIA in this room tonight here. They're dressed up in standard clothes so that they can blend in. They like to shapeshift.
Mr. Williams, please address the item before us.
Yes. So again, the Heritage Land Bank is owned by we the people. Don't sell it off for pennies on the dollar to the federal government. That's not going to allow us equal access. This is not a housing unit for federal troops to be brought into Anchorage so you can block off Girdwood and stop the access on the Seward Highway. I know, everyone's just looking down, but that's okay. This sale should not happen. I'd like for someone to put forward motion to postpone indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
I'm not sure who, moved by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you to the gentleman from the National Park Service. Thank you for showing up and representing, and thank you also for representing an investment by the federal government into your permanent status in the area. I personally have benefited from classes, an Avalanche 1 training class in one of your buildings, and I know that you provide a really important asset to the community out there and to all of us who recreate in the National Forest. And so thank you for saving lives and having a place to put a flag in the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
I wonder if Ms. Broughton could come up briefly. And, I was just curious, what is the process then for determining fair market value?
Sure. We obtained an appraisal in, I believe, 2020. I think there's some information in the packet about that. I'm sorry.
Could you pull the microphone just a little closer?
Sorry.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Weddleton, Shelley Routon with Heritage Land Bank. We obtained an appraisal, fair market value appraisal, and it came in at 1.622. After this is approved, then the federal government can kick in their process. They will also obtain a fair market value appraisal. Then we will come together with those two, negotiate a reasonable number between that and, sell at that point. And that's where the process fell short in previous efforts. In the old days, everybody was looking at different data. Technology, appraisers didn't have access to all the same information. Now they do. I feel confident we'll come in at very close numbers. And so I think that we'll be very close and we won't stumble this time.
All right, good. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Ms. Routon. Ms. Allard?
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take myself out of queue.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure where it's lined up in your packet's paper, but there is a financial information document that's presented in the packet, and it demonstrates the appraised value, according to the one side of the deal, is $1.5 million for the west parcel and $122,000 for the east parcel, fee simple on both lots. And as Ms. Rotten suggested, then if a terms sheet is established, the deal is made, then the buyer would end up having to do their own appraisal to establish the fair market value. And so, but there is in the documents an actual valuation present.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-16.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 14B passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2022-16, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $1,500,000 of area-wide Anchorage Police Department Information Technology System Special Tax Levy Fund 107000 fund balance to the area-wide APD IT System Special Tax Levy Fund 107000 for use by the APD to pay for technology implementation and maintenance. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
This is the one I've been waiting for all night, Niall Sherwood Williams. So I really wanted to speak. I didn't get here in time through the chair because I had to walk my dog, John 3:16. It took a little bit extra time today. He was a little fussy. But I did get a chance to congratulate the chief. And I asked him, do you have any words to share with the community? And he said, I appreciated serving the community of Anchorage. That was a quote from Chief Kenneth McCoy. When it comes to this, I'm wondering through the chair, what's going on with the body-worn cameras and that policy? Because through the chair, it's insufficient when you have a microphone on the APD officer and then the camera is on their vehicle. That does not create a situation for transparency and accountability through the chair to Member Zalatel on the phone. $1.5 million is insufficient, especially when you're trying to off-site the storage of the data of the body-worn cameras. For this IT development. I'd say that we need to make an amendment to this. Let's move the decimal point one digit to the right. Let's make it 15 million. And let's get it done in 1 month. But let's keep the storage here through the chair to the mayor, because it's important that when people make open records requests through the chair to the mayor, especially for body-worn cameras of incidents of use of excessive force through the chair to the mayor, we, the members of the public, have the right to hold police and elected officials accountable. One of those methods through the chair is the body-worn cameras, which we passed last year in April, and I'm still sitting here waiting like patience on a monument 9 months later. Where's the justice? See, a situation like happened up in Fairbanks through the chair, where you had a 72-year-old man that was beaten within an inch of his life, tased, beaten again by Alaska State Troopers. Body-worn camera would have been really nice to have some accountability there for the man's exercising of his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. The officers beat him within an inch of his life. 4-time cancer survivor. And I'd like another amendment to be added that members of Anchorage Police Department cannot deny access to the public for records requests or complaints against officers if they fail to use electronic devices, because it's in their policies and procedures that they're required to take it in any form, written, oral, electronic. It can even be written on toilet paper through the chair.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera?
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to clarify, just based on the testimony that we received about what this $1.5 million is going towards. Actually, had the same assumption that this money might be going towards body-worn cameras, but and I asked the administration that, and they did provide a response that these dollars are going towards the CAD RMS system upgrades and not towards body-worn cameras. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-16.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 14C passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14D, resolution number AR 2022-3, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating room tax in amounts not to exceed $646,000 within the area-wide General Fund 101000 2021 operating budget and $925,000 within the Convention Center Operating Reserve Fund 202020 2021 operating budget to provide for payments under the professional services contract with the Anchorage Convention and Visitors Bureau and the use agreement with Civic Ventures under the Office of Economic and Community Development. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. Through the chair first, through the chair to Assembly Council and the municipal attorney. I'd like to ask for an ethics opinion out of each one of the members of the body, whether or not you have any controlling interests for yourselves, your family members, or any of your people you associate with Civic Ventures. So I was hopeful that after we conclude public testimony, if we could have an ethics opinion for each one of the 11 assembly members on this. Moving forward to page 3 in your packet, which is labeled page 2 of 2. Let's look to line 14, concur, Marilyn, I'm not sure how you pronounce this lady's last name, Marilyn B., Acting Director of OMB. So through the chair, I would like to ask when we're going to have a vote for confirmation on this so she can move from acting director to actual director.
And please focus on the item before us.
It's contained in the document, Madam Chair. Another thing, I think we should raise the room tax within the municipality of Anchorage to make it absolutely prohibitive for any visitors to come here. Let's make it 25 to 30%. Y'all are not taking enough from the people that want to come visit our city. I mean, you charge them for parking downtown. You make it hard that way. There's trash everywhere. You make it hard to walk. I mean, on 5th Avenue right now, Neeser Construction is prohibiting pedestrian access, which actually obstructing pedestrian traffic is a violation of municipal code through the mayor to the chair, or excuse me, through the chair to the mayor. It's a misdemeanor. So I'd like that to be looked into. It's right across from the Performing Arts Center. It's chaos. And actually we had a near-death experience where hostage negotiators from APD had to be called to the scene out there. There was a man on like the 7th floor that was about to jump off one of the iron bars.
Mr. Williams.
And APD did a really good job that day through the chair to the mayor.
Mr. Williams, please speak to the item before us.
Of course, Madam Chair. So again, I'd like for there to be an accounting of how do you use the room tax. Where's the accounting for 2021? So I'd like an amendment to be added for this to be postponed so that we, the people, can understand whether or not you're using these taxes properly. Mismanagement of funds is a crime. If y'all remember, former school board president, Elisa Vacalis, currently facing 6 felony counts in state court.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve resolution number AR 2022-3.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 14B passes 11-0. That brings us to the quasi-judicial or administrative matters and special orders section of the agenda. The next items involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2022-18, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of recreational site seasonal liquor license number 1314 for Anchorage Glacier Pilots, Inc., DBA Anchorage Glacier Pilots. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. Yeah, when I looked at the wall out there with all the papers, I was excited because I thought that y'all had slowed down today. But it does appear that with the 3 hours of debate on that one item that we're speeding ahead at ever-present speed. With regards to 2022-18, as some members pack up their bags and rush for the door. I would like to oppose this as the accounting of the liquor tax is not included, as I've requested a number of times. We, the people of Anchorage, demand that you are responsible with our funds and that you use them properly, especially with the alcohol tax. In December, y'all had a work session through the chair. The municipal manager was there, and through the chair, the CFO was there. And during that, you made a presentation as to how the liquor funds were used. There was around $17 million that had been collected of the 5% liquor tax. $6.67 million was unaccounted for during that meeting. So I'd like to ask, Ms. Chair, has that money been recovered, accounted for? Because that's very concerning if there's $6.67 million missing from the municipal liquor fund and what that might have been spent on.
Mr. Williams, please address your comments to the item before us.
And again, I would like the 1,000 feet rule with regards to liquor licenses to be expanded to 5,280 feet or 1 mile. So no churches and no schools within 5,280 feet. No new liquor licenses, no renewals. 5,280 feet. Have any of you ever walked that through your district? Member Perez-Verdia does shake his head yes. So we have one live member in the building. Glory to God. I'd like to call question to line 21 on page 2 of 3. Certification from the Anchorage Fire Department has not been received. So I'd like to know what's going on there. Is it a problem with Anchorage Fire Department? Is APD wasting too much gas running their cars outside the building during every assembly meeting? I counted 11 APD cars running before I came into tonight's assembly meeting. Only one had a human being in it. I don't know if their dash cams actually require the car to be running, but that's a waste of $3.89 per gallon times 11 cars, and they were sitting out there at 4 o'clock when I drove by, and they're probably still running right now, and we're pushing almost 11 o'clock.
Mr. Williams, you're
I
off
oppose
topic.
this liquor license being renewed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-18.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 15A passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2022-19, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new brew pub liquor license number 6009 for Odd Man Rash Brewing LLC, Old Man Rush Brewing LLC, DBA Odd Man Rush Brewing. Thank you. Wave
Twister.
Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. This is an interesting one because it's a brew pub, and it does appear that this does satisfy my requirement for 5,280 feet. So in that sense, I'm okay with it a little bit. I look at page 2, line 15, special land use permit required by AMC 21.03.040 C4, subsection A, has not been approved. Why is that? What exactly will they be brewing? Are they brewing hand sanitizer? Are they brewing beer? Are they brewing coffee? It's kind of unclear here. As well, usually the ownership is listed here in these resolutions as I've seen them in the past. So I'm a little concerned as to why we don't have the ownership stake, any of the history of the company, the LLC. Who are these people of Odd Man Rush Brewing LLC, DBA Odd Man Rush Brewing? We have way too much liquor in the municipality of Anchorage, and our legislators need to stop drinking it. So on the way out tonight, I'll be performing field sobriety tests. If anyone would like to report, it'll be right out there by the APD vehicles. The interactions will be overseen by their dash cameras.
Mr. Williams,
but when we request...
you're off topic. Please speak to the item before us.
Right, so I'd like to have an amendment added to this that Anchorage Police Department and Alaska State Troopers can no longer be involved in enticing sting operations for failure to show ID or to check ID for underage buys. Those are enticement and entrapment violative of the U.S. Constitution. So I would like for an amendment to be added to this to sideline APD and any further interactions with ID checks or compliance at any stores, breweries, or places that sell intoxicating liquors.
Thank you for your testimony. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, Ms. Allard, you were in the queue? No, not for this. When we get to the debate. Got it. Are there any other members or of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been long waiting for the Odd Man Rush Brewing Company, and I'm so happy for them to finally get this and move forward. So I just wanted to tell them congratulations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And actually, we did not have anyone on the phone list, just to confirm that was 15B. Thank you, Ms. Allard, for those comments. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-19.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton? Item 15B passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15C, resolution number AR 2022-23, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary tourism use, duplicate and license number 6010 for Alaska Hotel Group, LP DBA Aviator.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, in response to 2022-23. I would like to ask you, have you lost your minds? I mean, I heard through the chair, Member Allard, earlier, talking about how there's a couple hundred homeless people or underhoused people that we currently are paying hundreds of dollars per night, per room, for them to stay at the Aviator, and you're talking about renewing a liquor license? You must have lost your minds. I mean, we know with all the forums we've had, all the experts we've brought in on housing and homelessness, that mental illness, drug and alcohol addiction are intertwined with housing and homelessness. And yet you want to extend a liquor license in the Aviator Hotel for the least well-off, for those that are having problems, to be able to take intoxicating liquors and then walk down to the Hope Soup Kitchen and cause trouble there, and then go down to the Sullivan Arena and cause trouble there? You all are perpetuating the same problem. Letting people have liquor, let them have it in their homes. But this Aviator should not have any liquor. You must have lost your minds. You all sit up there and you claim week after week to support the underhoused, and yet you sit there with your heads down while you pass this 11-0 for alcohol in the Aviator Hotel. Sorry if I'm getting a little loud, but you must have lost your minds. First of all, you shouldn't be housing homeless in a hotel. That's crazy. It costs too much money.
Mr. Williams, please remain on topic and address the item before us.
The area of 4th Avenue, extending from about E Street all the way down past Ingra, is in disrepair. Drive down it any hour of the day. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week here in Anchorage. I guarantee you'll see at least one person with a needle in their arm on the side of the road, or at least one domestic violence incident, or at least one person urinating or defecating on the sidewalk or street. And yet you want to pass to have the 200 people there? Why not just give them a whole truck of liquor every week? Let's deliver them each a case of vodka. You must have lost your damn minds. I have little think twice things out in my truck. If any of you would like to take a breathalyzer before you drive home to make sure you're safe, I'd be happy to help you out there.
Thank you for your testimony.
Resign now.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I just want to note that Rachel Barenbaum or someone else from the Alaska Hotel Group will be available if members have questions. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So, boy, there was a lot there. The Aviator Hotel will be demobilizing its participation in the homeless services this spring. So pretty soon. They're engaging in a conversion of their operation to a full-scale hotel. Upgrades are underway, materials have been purchased and are on their way to Alaska, and the construction begins presently. And so we've been slowly preparing to have small groups of the individuals who have been housed there moving to other facilities in the community. And so while on a surface read, without knowing any of the background, it might seem like this proposal were proposing to actually provide funding for a place where the muni is housing homeless individuals, but that is not, in fact, the reality of the conditions that we're proposing. And I would take objection to any framing of if you drive up 3rd or 4th Avenue, you will see people doing the things that was stated. Occasionally, you might see something like that anywhere in the downtown, but it is not, in fact, the case anymore that you would consistently see any kind of nefarious behaviors. Much has improved in that area. And with that, I urge your support on this because this is a massive investment on the eastern edge of the downtown where it needs it most.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-23.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Solotav?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Item 1115C passes 11-0. That concludes our agenda, the items on our agenda. That brings us to final audience participation. As a reminder, if you spoke during the initial audience participation, you cannot speak again during this final audience participation.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Do we have a motion to extend the meeting?
I'm sorry, it's 11 o'clock.
We actually do not. Time has run out and we're officially adjourned.